Yep. Time to finish the fight. Sure, we'll be at it for a bit, but we are closer than we are, that's for sure. I don't think I've got anything to deposit. The last thing we got was the fucking... the goofy crystal finder. Possibly the shittiest reward ever imaginable.
Stay away, could you?
Fuck am I going? Return to Mile. Everything always comes back to Miles. All roads lead to Mile. Yeah. I'm thinking we're winning. Yeah. Last time, cleaned up every zone I could without doing new stuff. Really the only thing that was even really exciting in that process was what the fire area was, so we could re-explore. I mean, it was chill going and grabbing everything, but not super exciting. Not to mention you're only getting, you know, ammo upgrades and stuff. If the actual cleanup isn't super fun, then it's just like you're not getting too much crazy shit. Which, I mean, is how the old ones are, but I mean, I feel like you're getting a lot of those items as you go, and the cleanup process isn't like a little more exciting, but... Ooh. Apparently everybody's waiting for me in the mine. What my good friend Miles told me. Means we can't get any of the missiles involving the guy, or he maybe gives more missiles. Involving the dude just showing up. It was really misleading that they even show him on the map. Wow, thanks for inviting. So I have the crystal locator and it shows them on the mini-map, but I'm not seeing anything on the mini-map, bro. Yeah, I was wondering how you found them all. That explains some of it. I have to like turn on some shit. Yeah, how does the radar even do anything? Oh, upper left. I didn't even notice that. Thought they just added on. I was looking at the top right. I'm so used to radars in games at the left one. I didn't even think about it. I was like, enemies or something. No, that's not what I'm gonna do. I figured I should wait until I could get the giant block breaker. Surely those give more. Or are those just items? Because this is a lot of juice, man. Yeah, I'll done. I'll need your help on the scans, though. Oh, really? They're so important, you're not allowed to unmute them, or mute them, really. Just some fucking respect to Miles and the gang, right? We'll see. Wow, the gang's all here.
Samus, let us accompany you. But
Let
one
us
issue.
accompany you.
Looks like we can't get across. Mackenzie tells me the bridge controls are on the other side of this gap. What do you think?
Is this just robot not here normally?
Get this bridge working? There's an elevator on the other side that'll take you down into the mines.
Since
You'll
the
want to be careful underground. I'm not getting
spider ball is what you get from the robot, right?
Ready when you are, Samus.
Well, you know. No, I mean, like, can these NPCs be here and then you have to go get the spider ball now? Oh, okay. I just jumped to that. I guess I have to blow that open and then I can get in there. Can't believe the only power left is probably just power bombs. So I'm gonna be real with you, power bombs have never been terribly exciting gameplay wise. They're a nice upgrade just to have, but they're not really like a gameplay spiciness type of thing.
We'll wait here for you. Time to head out.
Yeah, so we break that and then it lets me go in the tube.
Ready to go?
I don't have to wait for the tube. Go get it, Jimmy. Huh. What the? Too fast. What the? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I like that it's fast. There's still some swing to it too. Just gotta slow down. The initial grab will yoink you really quickly. But you can kind of keep that going, which is Nasty. Yeah, it feels good. I mean, that's what I'm saying is like all the classic mechanics feel the best they ever have, generally. Like the game feels tight. It's just that they didn't really do anything new, and those tight mechanics are used not really in like any as good of ways because it's generally the pacing and the progression's not really as fun.
Ready when you are.
Thought I did all that training. What is it?
Nothing good.
Reavers inbound. Multiple contacts. Open fire!
The flood have arrived. Yeah, I would agree. Grievers and different flavors of robots. There's other little guys that are cool, but I mean, compared to the old ones where you're like, a fucking couple rooms just in you, dude. It's like, once again, you know, they're being, I mean, you're going to new areas often enough, but compared to the other ones, it's like, anytime I'm going back to an area, I'm experiencing the same guys or new versions of Grievers and all that crap.
We got you. Go on now.
Wow, they stayed behind. Like they just be dead with the amount of those motherfuckers that are surrounding them.
Grievers just kept coming.
They're good soldiers. They can hold their own.
Why'd we stop?
I don't know. Might be stuck.
Let's get out of here.
Copy that. We can't get down from here. Lead the way, Samus.
But yeah, definitely not a great variety. I don't mind a whole lot, but like, once again, it's like everything else in this. I don't think any particular thing kills this game at all. It's still like entertaining, but it's all those little things, well, big and little, that I feel like just,
Not impressed.
it just doesn't really have that extra oomph, you know? It's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't hate the enemy variety, like, it's fine.
This place is huge.
Like, it's fun to fight the dudes, and, you know, it's just cool playing it, but it's like, it's not great. I'm not like, ooh, yeah, all these enemies are so neat, there's so many little enemies. Also, I feel like they blew their load on bosses really early. There's so many bosses in, like, the very beginning, and then it's, like, really light. Yeah, the game aesthetically is great, yeah. The music and aesthetics are good. easily. Loot. Oh, man, they love their invisible walls, bro. Yeah, we can't go that way. Like I said, I don't think anything of this is just like rancid. I'm not like. That's what I was like imagined myself, you know. Like, would I replay this like any of the old ones? Would I think about it fondly like that? And it's like, not really, right? Like, I feel like the game's composed of a lot of moments that wouldn't be really great on replay. The moments of empowerment and like Metroidvania progression are kind of weak. Not just because they're very similar to the old ones, but because they're not really well executed anyways, right? Regardless. Yeah, for sure. I think a little evolution or mix up on the core gameplay or just tightening, right? Like more stuff I could do with the psychic shit. Couple more creative weapons, maybe reworking the scan system. You know, either I'm using a little bit more intelligence to try to fight, or, you know, it's a little bit more interesting movement. I mean, even if I was like lasting dudes a little bit, you know, just like little things that make it different from just like a normal shooter, right? That's kind of what was cool about him back in the day. And I still think those parts are not bad here, mind you. But yeah, I think more, yeah, cool villains. I mean, Dark Samus appeared a lot. And she was cool. And the Ing were cool. Right, and this, it's like, it's just like animals. Which is fine, because I mean, Prime was kind of like that. But Prime also had a lot of areas. It was really tightly designed. That's what's missing. One of the big things missing on this is just like, you know, there's cool set pieces, cool moments, but it's not ever really punching above its weight. And like the layouts and the upgrades are really unimaginative. It's like, I'm cool with getting ammo. That's always been a Metroid thing, as long as it's fun to grab them. But it's like in this, it's like it's two types of ammo. It's like, you know, a couple more interesting items. You know, we're gonna have this vehicle, make more special vehicle sections, make the vehicle more spicy, you know? Have more vehicle, like, Metroidvania upgrades. Oh, really? I mean, I think the UI stuff is good. When I move around and everything's moving, it makes me feel more like, you know, I'm a unit walking around. Like I said, I don't think anything is like really fucked, mind you. It's more just like it's missing that oomph on a lot of stuff. It's missing that oomph on a lot of things that have been done well already in the series. And then there's not really any new spiciness, and where there is new spiciness, it's like some of the worst executed stuff. Yeah, it's like I'm still eating steak, I'm still eating meat, which is cool. You know? But like, I've had that 11-ounce steak better. I don't know, what would be... The sides are rotten. the steak is not quite as good as it was before, but hey, it's still steak. Yeah, there was potential for it to be an even bigger steak, I guess. I'm trying to do a food analogy. Can fit in our fuck food analogies, huh? But yeah, for sure, that's just kind of how it is. Like, I definitely don't think it's some like reprehensible fucked game. I think there's definitely was overhyped for people. I wouldn't say I was too overhyped coming into this because of the like whelming responses, and I even said really early that I felt like the trailers were a little weak for it. That's probably because they didn't have enough cool shit to show, and how it ended up being. But yeah, I don't know. The new stuff they try is either not really spicy enough, like the psychic shit, or it's just not really well thought out at all, like the driving. And then the core stuff, like, you know, if you had cobbled all these set pieces and stuff together in like a different, like tighter Metroidvania package, then maybe it'd be more okay. But you know, I'm pretty much just getting straight lines, which, you know, isn't the worst thing with all the shortcuts to go back through it and stuff. But you know, what are you giving up? You're giving up atmosphere, right? There's no frigate Orpheum. There's no fucking Fendrana drifts, right? No, nothing like that, like in feel. There's really cool zones still that look nice and they're big and epic, but like that's kind of the tone of this. Is like big epic alien places and then a lot of like military guys running around, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it instead of being like a brooding, you know, rainy, you know, Metroid Prime 1 atmosphere like Echoes, where it's like more dark. They want to do something, you know, like Corruption, right? Where it's like a little bit more, you know, bright, big epic mega structures, like a Halo thing. But like with the NPCs and stuff, it's like, I mean, I don't hate the idea. I don't think they're rancid. It doesn't kill me to listen to them. I've also played a lot of horrid AAA games that are constantly yapping all the fucking time, and it kills those games. So maybe I'm just like got a totally different slider of what I think is acceptable. But I don't think they add much, right? That's my thing. It's like, you're gonna add them. It's like, well, they're not really interesting characters. Like the team dynamic with Samus isn't that spicy, you know. Like I'm not getting a whole lot of like lore. Like, I mean, it's okay. Like, I don't know if making them more serious, putting us in more like crazy situations would be good. I mean, there are some like the fireplace, but I don't know. I just don't know if it was like, was that really the direction? Like I said, I feel like if this was Metroid Prime 15, okay, they're trying different stuff. You know, they're taking bigger swings in like weird spots, like with NPCs and stuff. But it's Metroid Prime 4, man. Oh, 5, right? Well, 6. Pinball, but let's be real. It's like pinball. Is it a spinball or pinball? But I don't know. Like, was this really the one to do that with? I do wonder if like Nintendo wanted to push there, or I don't know. I could imagine it. I mean, I'm just fucking trying to mind read devs here. Like maybe it's like, you know, they wanted to keep it core, they wanted to keep it classic, but they wanted to do new shit too, so they just kind of like grafted really obviously different shit onto that system instead of trying to evolve the core in like an acceptable way with like tighter gameplay and, you know, trying to evolve the Metroidvania system for Prime. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I think Prime's amazing, but as far as like significant powerful feeling upgrades and like having a bit more of like an openness to the Metroidvania design, Prime's not really good at that, right? Prime's more about like trying to find your way, going back and cleaning up stuff, efficiently getting through rooms and pathfinding and shit like that. Not, you know, feeling of like getting crazy strong or anything. That's, you know, more the 2D ones, or, you know, indie Metroidvanias where you're able to get things in weird orders, do crazy shit. I mean, you could sequence break a lot of them. This game is very low on that kind of shit. Welcome to the chat room. Thank you, Firefox. I might want to kind of stop using Firefox for my chat. I have to keep my fucking Chrome updated. Alright, they put cheese on your salad and you hate cheese. I don't know. I'm having fun with it. I don't think it's like horrible. It's just I don't know if this is what the series needed to stay alive, and I don't know if this is what the series just needed, just from like a critical, just like fun perspective. I don't think moving closer to corruption was the call. I think because it was never gonna hit mainstream, right? I don't know.
Thank you, Samus.
Watch your step.
Yes, sir.
Multiple individual. Wow.
What do we have here?
Grab a side, Sarge.
Yeah. You're slowing this down was really super necessary.
I don't like being underground. You get buried alive. No one would ever know.
What? Does it bring back some memories?
I'll tell you some other time.
Like having a few sections like this and like a really tight Prime 1 type of game would be fine. Just to mix it up, just to try it. Oh yeah, let's have a game with a little bit of Federation. But I mean that's like 3, right? Well, you already done it. That's another thing. It's like, you know, we've already been here. We've already done this kind of shit. I mean, these are more characters, but like, I mean, that's real. The only other game with characters like this in the series is fucking like Other M. That's not exactly the like what people want to recreate. Like I said, I don't mind the character shit that much. It's more just like it's an easy problem to point to, and the level design and the progression and them not taking really many cool jabs with the gameplay is like a problem, and like enemy variety. Like I said, I'm cool with the gameplay being just pretty much Prime 1 if the rest of it's tight, but you know, you do all this psychic shit and like none of it's interesting to use in combat. It's like, well, I'm gonna start looking to other stuff for like problems. Oh, the mines, we love a good mine. Is anybody's favorite level in the first game the Phazon mines? I do love the Super Thunder Blast. It's quite good.
Let's catch our breath.
Okay. Yeah.
Other than Omega Pirate, I feel like when I get to Phazon Mines, it's one of the like low points for the game for me. The first one. Not a low point in like a bad way, but just like one of the least exciting levels for me to go through. I think it's just because it's visually kind of dull. But I mean, that's kind of the idea. It's a fucking mine, right?
What's this?
Think we could get this working?
It's fun on the first play, just not a replay.
Doesn't look like there's a way down without the elevator.
My hands are off the controller again.
It's updating in real time. Look at all these natural caverns.
We're in luck. Looks like they connect to the lower levels of the mine.
We can use these to reach the teleporter key.
Let's look for a way in.
heard an item. That's something to mention. Yeah, let me explain. Because it's a fucking extremely slow, unintuitive process. Generally, that kind of shit isn't fun to do on the fly. Well, that's kind of what I mean. It's just like, you know, is this the worst thing ever? No. But is it really doing anything for this game at all? Not really, right?
We got you, Samus.
Why am I not grabbing Space Pirate, Rocketeer, fucking missiles and throwing it back at him, bros? Or yoinking dudes off the walls or some shit.
On three. Three.
Fucking mind controlling people. Bendazium explodey power bomb bullshit.
Whoa. What's this huge thing?
According to the map, there's cabbage. Should be right below us. Let's find a way to punch through.
Like I said, don't hate the game, honestly. Like, alright. I just don't think this. I think this series just needed a bigger hit. I think it's dead. That's the biggest problem. It's like, you know, one that's just like, alright, you know, it does some stuff. It's not too great. Maybe they'll get back in the swing of it. You know, it's still got some good elements. People who clearly know how to do visuals and sound and UI and all that kind of crap.
Now let's get this baby.
You know, individual rooms are pretty cool at times, but
Easy does it.
I just don't know if they're gonna get another chance, man.
That's the size
Not
of the
them
hole.
just specifically, but
Just need to aim
Metroid
it.
Prime in general.
Shoot! The hinge is jammed.
Shoot.
Samus, you're up.
Like grabbing it.
Well, that's one way to do it. Okay. Let's start it up.
Sarge?
Arrgh. Oh, I thought we were gonna fight a boss. Reavers.
Until we punch through.
Rock Reaver. Or something. The Mall Reaver. Oh. A lot of shootouts in this bad boy. Talk about Armstrong. Yeah, I used them a lot before. They're really good, just in general. Best normal shot, easily. Otherwise, the lightning. I mean, there's enemies that have like specific, like use case stuff. I wish they'd lean a little harder into that. I mean, I guess I don't want like a rock paper scissors system because that could be boring, but. You know, like the turrets, if you hit them with lightning, they just instantly incapacitates them. We're gonna do the classic, we're leaving them behind. Oh, there. Got jetpacks. What is he standing behind? Do we really do the generic trophy bullshit? The balls you have to let these guys croak. What? They dig through the earth, bro. I guess this earth is a little juicier. Left with the fangirl. Drama.
Let's go. We've got work to do.
Wow, that's hard. Can't believe they killed him. This is the NPC climax. The rest of the game isn't this many cutscenes and shit. Now, boss? Oh. No, I thought he said that he'd hold them off. Those things that dug to the ground. Like if you shot a guy on the ceiling with ice, he would drop to the ground and instantly die. You know, like little shit like that would be kind of cool. The juice slit? Yeah, not having upgraded shots would really slow this down. I heard that to beat the game you have to get juice? Well, you can do it with Cybots of Fly, but they don't instantly kill, right? They just fall. Maybe they still take big damage. Okay, they do take some extra though. Oh, like there you go, I guess. I feel like they do have it. It's just like very light. I don't know if I'd want it to just be a more core component of the game, or maybe a more psychic variants. Yeah, that's cool. Pop crawler. The pulpy mass. I'll say also, I mean, the game does have like good like control options too. I mean, it makes full use of everything if you want. I mean, a lot of it doesn't really matter because you've got lock on, but I mean, mouse, gyro, combinations of the two. I definitely try to make use, like, you know, of the system. I give him some credit for all that. Man, everything here is me coming back with power bombs, bro. What's up with that? Just the weeds from the first game. How the hell did it just make the noise? Wasn't exactly working it there. They leave Samus alone here.
No, I've got to get a hold of myself. Knuckle up.
The fuck? Having a freak out?
Quit. Sarge wouldn't let me. We can do this.
I know that Samus was having her psychic blasts earlier, but maybe she's the other chosen one, bros. Imagine such a thing. Cave Road.
Cleavers are coming. There.
I've kind of put Samus as like a character in like a weird place. Like she's always been like quiet, stoic, but usually, I mean, a lot of it's quiet because she's just like alone, right? Not that I want her to be blabbing a lot, right? But like you think about it, it's like in this, it's like she's always being talked at and doesn't say a single thing. It's very different from just being alone on a planet, not saying anything. I still prefer it this way, mind you, than her like talking a bunch, especially after like other M, but you know, it kind of like pushes the character into like socially awkward and almost not just stoic, just because there's so much dialogue. She just doesn't say a damn thing. I still prefer it, but it's one of those where it's like it almost kind of doubles back the problem just by association. I mean, you can have a lot of characters talking and stuff. She's just like a quiet, he just doesn't have much to say type of person, but you know, put her in some of these situations, depending on how like the flow of the cutscenes are, it's like she wouldn't say a single thing. It's like I would still prefer it, but it's like, you know, like, seems like she's got a problem, then she's just like a stoic person. I feel like grabbing the ball should be instant. You know, it already takes so long to get to that point.
Careful using missiles. Can always cause some more breathers.
Weird.
You're a miracle worker, Samus. This'll do nicely. We can use it to break through that wall. Come on, you can do it. That a girl. Here we go. This'll do. Samus, I'll clear the rebel.
I was thinking about that. I was like, is this kind of like an RE4, like an Ashley escort thing?
While I clear this rebel. Hang on.
Yeah, I like the shots. I have not really used the other ones. Hard to say how good they are. But the electric one's good. I definitely use it more than I ever used probably some of the Prime 1 super shots. Now, missiles kind of blow. I wish missiles, especially since they're their own fucking resource in this, had more of a point. But the generic shots are cool. You know. The fire stuff I just used at the beginning because it was the only thing I really had. But the ice has like utility. Obviously there's certain enemies that respond to certain things. Like certain guys in the ice area died instantly, like the little crawlies. for like fire and shit like that. Nice is just good for CC and you know. These big fights are, you know, that's where you can really use the thunder because there's an actual fucking AoE. Which is cool. Which makes the ammo upgrades actually feel kind of nice. Missiles are the one that really suck though. It's like, not only do missiles not really do more damage than just normal shots, but that half of the upgrades are missiles. Like I said, the 2D games missiles are great to find because you fucking spam them, they're actually useful. Primes have always had a problem with missiles being shit, except in the original versions of Prime where you could speed shoot missiles. But I mean, at least like super missiles and, you know, I guess in the first game they did use, why were we leaving everybody behind? You know, all the power shots used missiles to kind of give them more of a point. The power shots just weren't that good in the first one. Except maybe like kinetic or something. Yeah, and I'm fine with the super missile usage instead. At least it is a usage. This has like no point in using missiles at all because they're shot ammo. What's up, Carlos?
It has been an honor serving with you.
Okay. It's just Mackenzie left. Especially considering I have to go talk to that one guy a bunch to get my upgrades. The sniper guy. I wouldn't hate if you never used the missiles, but it's that most upgrades are for missiles. Well, it's about half and half on missiles and shots. There's not really any other kind of thing they introduced for you to like grab upgrades for. But I mean, usually you're just grabbing upgrades and Metroid stuff for just for the fun of getting it all outside of health, which actually is nice. Would have been kind of neat to see them sort of revamp that a little bit to kind of attempt to have more shit feel a little bit more significant, but I don't think it's a huge deal. It's more about the process. I think giving more utility to missiles would be cool. Like, missiles do blow up certain things like that, but really their utility in fights is that they just knock guys around, but I don't think it's to the point where I can actually use it well. Like, if I could knock a dude back off, like, an ledge or something, or like they could curve around cover or some shit like that. Some weirdness. Like, maybe you had, like, an X-ray visor where you could, like, lock onto cover and shoot like missiles around it or something. Like, you know, just like weird shit. I don't know. Just making crap up. You know. You get that. E-tank. Like that. Maybe we'll get it by just chilling here. Like, these look cool, but I mean, you don't do anything. They're just a cool looking thing. I like these. I think this is one of my favorite new mechanic things, and it's very lightly distracted. Like, it's snappy. There's like a little bit of physics, which is fun. You don't even have to actually yoink yourself downwards. You can just use the gravity to do it. Like right here, I'm not pressing anything. I'm just going for it, you know. Or shit like that would have been kind of nice. What's up, Outcast? More energy. Alright, gotcha. The man was always tired. Poor bastard. Gonna have to rerun through all this. Where are the power bombs, brother? Maybe I'm looking at them. Super Griever from hell. Ten times stronger. Maybe single targets where the super fire will shine. Oh. Never mind. Bad shot. Not really, brother. I mean, this guy's best though. Out of any of the characters. Random Robot Joe here. He's swinging. Thank you, guy. Thank you, Bub.
Damn it. I may be able to clear the way. Allow me to try.
Do I have to scan it for you, pal?
Affirmative.
Okay. He's like, he already knows what he's doing.
Forward. Please let me know when I can clear the way.
I think we need to be able to just powerbomb everything here. Have the Federation people ever mentioned Psylocke? I don't know if they want to like wrap this guy in so much mystery that nobody even mentions his name or what. Power bombs for that too, but I guess they're gonna get their money's worth. Psychic power bomb. Psychic missiles. Couldn't tell for a second that was somewhere I could drop into. Or fly into. Not dropping. Snatch for the bomb for some reason. Immediately remember that was not what we gotta do. Super missiles? Psychic super missiles? Maybe we're about to get a reason to have missiles, bros. Time to take back my words and deeds. Oh, just super missile. Hopefully this is good single target. Will there be an Omega missile? There's 2 levels of charges on the other one. I get that on this one. What is this? Thought we'd be able to get down there. I don't. Not wrong. Does this technically count as a juicier ball shot? Can I even get down here without the power bomb? I'm really gonna have to come down the entire zone for that. Maybe they'll just give me power bombs down here as well. Not much choice, bub. Annoying, every time you use these down here, you're gonna have to get in another fight. Good luck, robot guy. Flip this shit. I think we can control from the other side as well. The looks of it. Let's try to do that. I don't know if we can set up the whole thing right now. Well, you have to still be sitting on it. Oh well. Oh well. Thanks, bud. Bub guy. I don't know if there's any more loot over here. There is in other areas, but with missiles, but I don't know if there's any right now. I don't think I can go back that far yet. Sigh, who left? Acid reflux. Yes, here's some tons. That's when they say very powerful. Oh, maybe right here is where they mean it. Okay, there it is. Mama. Why is this guy just that strong, man? He's just built different. This man's punch is specifically engineered to break on the unbreakable.
The way is clear.
With the hyper vibration push.
Please remove dangerous growth.
I think the robot could actually die. Even though he's the best character. He's not a human. Wild little blitzcrank, yeah. Let's take a bit.
One moment. I will clear the way. Allow me.
I'm not even allowed to use super missiles anyways.
My weaponry can remove this material, but it will take time. My sensors indicate a hostile is nearby.
Oh shit. What a weird fucking scene, man. This guy just shoots some gunk at him and we just kind of hang out and he tells us all about it. dog. Wink.
I think I can.
He doesn't just punch.
It is unfortunate I could not be of assistance.
He's got the
during
crazy
that battle.
hands.
We need to go deeper into the mine.
Bro, you can still break it open in case we gotta run back.
A
We
large
must
number of hostiles
go
are
straight
headed
up.
this way. It would not be tactically advantageous to fight here. I
Why
suggest
not?
we keep moving.
Okay, bye.
Careful. I will protect you.
Oh, he's coming with us. Okay, I thought we were leaving his ass behind, man. They've just done it so many times. Robot's like, nah. I think I'll be coming with. Maybe he'll leave us at some point. Funny if he's like, yeah, these people are stupid, brother. I'm not fucking leaving at all. Okay, that's gonna be the exit. Boss me. Make you use your ammo. That's how they don't make you. You gotta just use normal shots too. Yourself, brother. Oh, he's gonna toss us. Toss me. At least I could buy a reason for him to stay behind here. He was the most pissed. Has disappeared from this earth. The only character I like. Go get him, Bubba. Andy's flood, I mean Grievers. The lock-on fucking sucks. Door. Wonder if they would show up here considering it's like metal now. I don't think we can use this. It's the same shit as before. The Giga Freak. Reaver Supreme. Not like I could get him. Anyways. Almost all power bomb shit. I'm sure there's a few that aren't. Can link their minds. I mean, I figured the crystals had to be down here, not the green ones. I guess that was in the fucking... the lava place, but I was like, their little psychic crystals they put in their heads. Guess that didn't work out too well. Boss time. Yeah. My God. Omega Griever. Green energy, not Phazon. No Metroid on this one, just energy. He's ODing on Mountain Dew. This is your brain on game fuel. I gotta shoot his arms. Throwing the gonk ball, brother. I don't know if this will hit all of his legs. Probably not. It's just super missiles here. Still think normal shots are probably higher DPS. Man's got good tracking. bastard. Well, that'd be cute if you grabbed the item and then killed them with it. But they didn't do that. So cute. And like, obviously it's not dead, he's got a fucking health bar still. One is the execution, man. Slimed. Don't do goo. That's true, yeah. Psychic powerball. It's different. This looks juicy. My man just wanted to suck on his little warhead in peace, man. Little sour gumdrop. He ruined everything. Oh my god, I hope everybody's okay. I'm
Hey
so
there,
surprised.
stranger. You didn't think we were dead, did you?
No. I wish
Takes more
that.
than a couple grievers to bring us down.
Try a couple hundred. You did good, kid. All that training paid off.
Thank you, sir.
Why didn't we have to wait to tell her here? Just so that Samus was
I thought you
around,
were
I
up
guess.
top. What happened to your arm?
Samus required assistance, but I was attacked by grievers. I regret I could not be more helpful. My body sustained heavy damage.
We get what we came for. All right. We're burning daylight. Let's get a move.
Remember me? Wow. I'm so glad everyone's alive. I went through such a emotional roller coaster there.
All right. Knuckle up.
Well, he's got to give us loot, so surely he's okay. Have they met Silex outside the very start?
Rieger, you...
Corporal.
He just drops over, dead.
It's good to see you.
Ugh, you're so... Ugh.
Did you find what you were looking for down there?
We have obtained the final teleportation key.
Okay. All we gotta do now is punch through that force field. Mackenzie, you read me?
Loud and clear, Sarge. Where you been?
We found the key. Headed home now. All of us.
Unfortunately, I require maintenance.
Oh, you're in luck. I'm running a special on bot repair. Come on back and I'll fix you up.
Oh God, Jesus.
We'll keep the kettle on.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn around and have to re-clear that whole fucking area. Thanks. Jesus. Yeah. Guess we don't need to worry about that. Unless this is a super missile only. Oh, what the fuck? Why not have power bombs work? It's different, man. It's different. Let's go talk to Bubba McGee over here. He's gonna get us some loot.
You found all the teleporters. We can fix the mech. We can break down the force field around Chrono Tower.
Thank you.
All you have to do now is find the missing mech parts and send them my way. I'll be on standby. Also, how you doing with the hunt for green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals. Open up the area, please, so you can grow the memory for it.
Shut up. Yeah, that's true. Super missiles are just raw damage, man. Psychic power bombs are different. Wow. Time to learn more about fucking John Hill.
Sanders, nice to see you again.
My grandpappy, he liked turkey.
I was born on the fourth moon of
Little
Solitude
crispy.
in the northern reaches. Resources were scarce and each day was a struggle to survive. By my generation, it was difficult to support the family by hunting, so I joined the Federation. I don't know if this was in line with Solon and my father's way, but I had to do it to feed our family. So from hunter, I became sniper.
Imagine, like, in his mind, Samus just rolls up on a very important mission maybe just to check in. And he's like, ah, yes. Hello, Sam. It's time for me to tell you about myself over a long period of time. Oh, narcissistic fuck. Jesus.
It's strange. My words flow so easily around you. Oh, before you go, Samus, it looks like there's a few ruins in this valley.
She doesn't speak, or she's a fellow ass kicker? Yeah, I hope he's a Prime 5, dude. Whatever happens. Such a colorful character. So much emotion. Let me tell you about God. The Lord and Savior. Look, we could lip that, but. Zone areas and come back or save any lunch. Well, I've got to clean up in enough areas that hopefully in between them, I'll have gotten most of his spots. We'll see. And I still have to go get, like, you know, desert cleanup too. There's not much. There's a bit. They're not gonna make me. Surely there's gonna be like a shortcut at the end of each of these. It'd be insane to be like, oh, you need to go all the way through here and then all the way back. 3 separate branches. God, motherfucker. This is what I mean. It's like, you know, if this was like a more layered, complex area instead of a straight line, like I maybe could skip half of this and just like walk straight to where I need to be, or use like a shortcut at like gameplay, not just like a elevator. 2 thing. Reaver noises. Because this doesn't feel like you're going through like an expected, you know, like a level that's like you're meant to go back through it and like it's part of the fun. It feels like I'm just going back through a linear level again without needing to fight everybody, right? I just don't think it works as well with Metroid kind of like loot backtracking. I mean, this is probably the most egregious zone. At least the fire one had like new shit. This is just like me walking through doing the motions and then come out the other side, I guess. And I suppose the other zones have been so long and they're more visually interesting. I definitely think the first 2 dungeons are where the game peaked. Comparatively. Those are a little bit more okay to do. I mean, you're gonna say, oh, well, don't do 100%. Kind of part of the fun of a video. I just don't think this one makes as good a case for it. I mean, I'm definitely using the ammo, but not like that part's that dicey. This is the health. I feel like the majority of health things are not, I wouldn't say on the path, but more on the path than they are. There's a few that you gotta backtrack and fuck around for, but guess any scans. I assume there's like a point of no return moment. I'll go back over my scans and we'll see what I'm missing. I'm assuming you even get that. Not really anything. And traditionally, power bomb's one of the last ones. I haven't seen a use for a psychic base jar spin jump at all, or screw attack, but it could just be like we use it in the final mission type of thing, right? I mean, there's like story stuff I have to do, like putting together the mech and all that, but whether I gotta use it's another question. Maybe there's like a third optional tier of like missile, but kind of doubt it. I still need to put the last green juice thing together, but I don't know if that's required. I mean, since Mackenzie just said it, probably. Which I think is crazy, requiring the green juice, because it's a very low tier, like, task in this game. But granted, that doesn't mean I think that you should put stuff that, you know, like, just because I'm going to get, like, a side power item from something doesn't mean it should be, like, weaker, like, less interesting, especially in Metroid, right? Like, in the perfect world, I'd have it all be fun to get. I need another power bomb. Okay. Sure, but kill them. I mean, I guess why not respawn them? The two? I get something for doing this, or is it just for funsies, man? For sport, did I get a power bomb? Nope. Blood. For some reason Discord one time only was good at picking up the application, like the audio. So I have a sound channel just for Discord for talking when people are, you know, on here for like co-op. Usually it doesn't work by default. I don't have to blow out anybody's ears for random shit I see on Discord. Oh, for some reason this time it worked. Maybe Microsoft, man. They fuck up my mic every single time there's a fucking update. Who knows? Whoa, E-Tank. Whoa. Whoa. Is that the last E-Tank? It looks like it, huh? Fuck is the exit then? Blow this up. Yeah. Wonderful. I think that was it down here. We'll fuck around in the desert and see if we can find Joe Blow. Spots would he still be at? Over there. Be over there. His shit's, I would say his shit's some of the most egregious. Funny enough. Like, it's so out of nowhere, so pointless, considering what they're trying to do. And it seems so, like, self-centered and, like you're just going and talking to him pretty much just for the raw, like, just to discover more about him, right? Like, it's one thing if, like, while we're doing stuff, it just pops up, right? Another to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out of my way for it.
Break down the force field around Chrono Tower. Also, how you doing with the hunt for green energy crystals? Don't forget to bring the green energy crystals to the altar in Fairy Green so you can grow the memory for it.
Thanks, bud. How would I have remembered without you? Oh, really? You just jump those? Oh. For me, it's when I slide right in between every crystal. Smoke green energy. That is serene. Loosh. Lore? Holy. I wonder if I've got all these.
Lethelia Salam and Kanich Gazlatir Planet. Analich Kadam Gatil Ashazarageth. Gusane Shadi Haram Wasanit Kakuranesh. Sacha Stiriklit Shulite Din Saram Kiathara. Jaskalta Kazdalcha Dinet Hs Teganich Virus Kista Scala Shadi Haram Insagalich Dandala Champion Araneth Kitutarin Kazdalcha Aska Sidana Kumlan Dojatsil Kazdalcha Zandalan Dojatsil Tandalas Athashin Changaresh.
Yeah, it's always different aliens. Well, I guess the Chozo pop up more often, but they're all pretty much dead from series inception. Yeah, there's Samus prophecies. It's like fucking Ease. There's a lot of them. Or you just show up and end up being the god hero anyways. Yeah, this isn't the best set. I've been talking about that a lot. Where them hitting you with the 5 doohickeys and the Chosen One stuff immediately, I'm like, if they were gonna go for any story mix-up, probably cutting that crap would have been fine. I know, different aliens. Like, Metroid Prime 2 is the Luminauts? I don't know if it was a prophecy in that. But she was the savior, essentially, regardless, right? Dread and all that, it's like Chozo remnants, like evil Chozo. You know, Origins are like Chozo, but they all like ascended or died pretty much before all the games. She's just like a child of the Chozo and human and shit. Or whatever the fuck. Yeah, evil bozos. Otherwise, a lot of them are just like the Galactic Federation sent her, or she took like a job to like take down Metroids in like half the games. Following Metroids or taking down space pirates or evil aliens. And then it turns into something larger. It's like Metroid Prime 1 is just like her going after Ridley, and then it ends up being like, because he like stole some shit? I don't remember exactly what it was. You're overjuicing. I am overjuicing, yeah. But I need to see if there's lore over here. I won't pick up any more of the basics. And then it ends up there being Metroids and Phazon, which is like, you know, chemical axe essentially. And so I guess she's figuring that out. There's not really like, other than Chozo shit. What's going on in that Prime? 3's like Federation stuff. Was there prophecy shit in 3? I don't remember. I just always think of it as the Federation game. Because in 1, it's you're trying to hunt down the last of the Metroids. 2 is you hunting down more Metroids, I guess. Super Metroid is you Ridley stole like a fucking one in captivity or something. I don't remember exactly, and it's like the last one, but then it's like Mother Brain or whatever. It's like a bigger deal. Mother Brain's in the first one too, though. I don't remember. Really, the Prime games are the chosen one games, aren't they? Like with 2 and some of that.
If you're not sure where to go, you can always call it.
Jesus Christ, Mackenzie.
Radio command on the map.
I guess there's not that many prophecy ones. I mean, there's only so many prophecy stories you want to be having, though. Same character. And Samus is already, like, fucking deified since she's, like, Giga Jesus Tech God from some transcended race.
Samus,
Yeah, nothing with the sand whales.
have you already seen the rubbles from the Federation base? Seeing that reminds me of my job.
What the fuck are all the bosses choosing the Metroid Zaka? Why did we need this? Actually made them mind hack tried to defuse it. Yeah, it was kind of, that's kind of my thing. Is like, why aren't we seeing like Silex like meddle more and like try to get a read on like why, like, how he stole Metroids and like why he's doing it? Just lightly, right?
You are also a bounty hunter, but you fight for a greater purpose, alone, overcoming death and continuing to fight, something only you can do. Here, a gift. I pulled it out from under the debris.
Thanks, bub. You're a good bounty hunter. You're one of the good ones, Samus. Not like that darn Silex guy. Acid reflux guy. Yeah, they could have done that too. Like, we're going to different planets, and you get like, you know, your little different cultures, like, yeah, like 3 or something, and he's like introducing like mind hack Metroids, or you're like fighting like, you know, different aliens that are like peaceful, but he's like mind hacking them or something. I mean, the thing is, like, Silex meddles in this, but only at like a couple spots, right? You see his arm turn the thing at the fire area. You fight a couple Silex androids, but he doesn't really pop up much outside that. Like, they could have, I mean, like, I'm not saying he needed a bunch of story, but he could have had like a premise that was more interesting than get the 5 doohickeys, chosen one. It could have been like, hey, we're hunting down Silex because he stole our shit. And now you have like a little crew of people maybe that roll with you, you know, on your ship or something. I don't know. or maybe they sent 5 different like galactic spies or elites to go hunt him down on 5 different places or something. I don't know. Like, who knows? I like that they didn't show him there. It was brave of them just to show his arm. But yeah, a goofy smirk. He looks directly at the camera. I mean, he's still got presence when he shows up. Like, he looks cool. Since he's like another bounty hunter type, you know, kind of a neat contrast. But I mean, you already have like Dark Samus, right? So it's like, you gotta give him a little bit more oomph. Dark Samus has like way more presence and is way more mysterious. And still shows up and fucks around with shit. Anyways. Maybe not like... But I mean, then you get Dark Samus at 3, so... It goes even harder, so, I mean, I don't know. And there's a bit more history there without needing any story because it's like Metroid Prime or whatever. It's just like, alright. This side, then we got Silex, you know? He looks cool. He doesn't afraid of anything. He got some Federation guys. He got laid out in the first fight with Samus until the artifact went crazy. And now he's just here. I feel like a few more scenes, like just a few where he's like meddling or like even if there's a mystery as to like what is he up to, would have been alright. I mean maybe there's still, I don't know, maybe it's land loaded. Like these guys don't even mention Silex exists. Unless they're gonna reveal to me this guy's fucking Silex, bro. Have you ever seen Silex and this guy in the same room?
Hey, Sola, watch over me.
Like if they wanted to have a little world builder, I need to destroy this. I don't see lore, there's not much point. I think it's just the lava area that's left. Right in the front here. Because it's weird, like I'm sitting here asking for more like presence or like visual storytelling. But then one of the problems with this game is like cutscenes and storytelling. It's not that people don't want like cool villains or like, you know, very light like, you know, events or like motivators or like, I mean, Ridley doesn't have, Ridley's cool. His motivation is just he's a fucking asshole. He's just the boss of the space pirates who are like an enemy faction that you could imagine they probably don't like the Federation, or they want because they got pirate in their name, right? But it's like Silex is like, who? He doesn't have a faction, he just mind controls people so far. He hasn't showed up that much. Like you throw a couple scenes in and it's fine, right? I mean, I guess Ridley has like legacy too. I mean, he's been in enough stuff where you can kind of just, he's just kind of his own dude at this point. Tron Starfield. Yeah. User. Oh, this is one of those spots for him, maybe. Like, I don't really need him to, like, talk and tell me about how big of a meanie head he is. But, like, a little emotion in, like, his actions and stuff. Or a little more rivalry. Because it's weird, you don't actually fight Silex, except the very beginning of the game. Because it's just a bunch of robots Phantom Ganning, being like Phantom Gannons or whatever. Who knows if he even fucking turned the fucking knob. I mean, maybe there's some story to it. Maybe he's like fucking some goofy goober related to these guys. I don't know why he has like hologram tech that lets him just be a robot. They have all of his powers. Yeah, it's not because I want like a big crazy story with villains and stuff, but more just like, you know, Metroid's been a very just aesthetic atmosphere series, always has. So just having like cool enemies that look cool, that are like, you know, villains doing stuff here and there wouldn't hurt. If you're gonna introduce him at all, right? But it could just be like Prime, where it's like you see Ridley at the beginning and then it's just random dudes after that. It's like you already kind of got the idea on Ridley. The rest of the atmosphere can do the talking after that. And then you still get Metroid Prime, which is cool. Maybe this will have some gravitas to the ending. Because when they're like intro and Prime and all that, it's pretty intense. You know, Metroids are hard. So what's this guy? He's the Super Metroid. He's got the Phazon. And even then, you still fight really right before that. Yeah. Shooting this? Funny they introduced this vehicle, and I feel like there could have been a lot of actual neat upgrades and moments to use this. But outside of the side content in this area, we were actually like doing like a race and chasing some guy down. It's really just that one boss. Like I said, maybe the end will have like a Twilight Princess but with Silex thing where I'm chasing him down on a fucking motorcycle, but I doubt it. Shoot it from here. That's doing jack shit. I think we could actually just jump up there. surprise. I'm just gonna shut the fucking lava off. What is this? Yeah. I thought that'd be kind of a cool play on the old games, but you could just assume every morph ball section is just all morph ball, but you could actually just jump into one. Cool. Oh, well. Morph these balls. We gotta begin. Yeah, it's just funny in the game with like way more story than normal. They decided to have like almost zero antagonistic anything. That actually kind of shows up. I think the start is really strong with him. He rolls in, he's getting the Kino poses. That's just power bomb. That's power bomb expansion in every game. Let's be real. That's kind of classic. You pretty much get it for its own sake. And if you really think about it, you can use a few for like fighting, but this guy's crazy. I'm doing damage to this guy. Slap. He's going red. Hit his little red spot, I guess. I don't know where the shots were coming from a little bit. Before a little bit. Like, you know he's meddling a bit because, like, a lot of these guys are fused with Metroid. Why don't you see him, like, throwing them out there, man? Once or twice, right? Let's return. The long, long way. The fuck was the exit? Not through this wall. Or this one. Oh yeah, one of these opens, right? For some reason I thought they were both blocked. But I just fly right in them, they just instantly die. Oh, you have the limited speed down here. I think it could be like twice as fast and be alright. Oh well. Dead. Sleep schedule's been all over the place. Bad news, man, bad news. Well, hurry the fuck up. Maybe now we'll deal with them. The Bigley version. Cool.
That creature just swallowed a mech part. Don't let it get away.
Huh? What'd you say, Miles? Who? Use help. It's probably gonna be alright. the fuck up, brother? This just one of the generics? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Oh yeah, this fight would have music if you have the amiibo. It's cool you actually use the bike to fight. I mean, like I said, I really feel like they needed more and like to have the bike just have more to it. The Volt Forward song, oh yeah, that'd be good. How it is here, it's just the occasional. What the? Okay. Yeah. It seems easy to do. I would say the ice one was okay. I mean, I didn't like having to grab all the chips. First time it's okay because it's like lore, but I would hate to do it the second time. But yeah. They steadily get shittier. I would say the mine was the worst so far. Vault Forge. I mean, that's the thing. That was like the first two zones have some of the best music and visuals too, or at least, like the second area is cool because it starts like melting and all that. That was kind of neat. The third area you get some set pieces like the boss and stuff, but it only changes when you come back and clear it out, and it's not like that spicy. And then the mines are just boring comparatively. Yeah, see, the first half of the ice place is the bad part because you're doing all the chips and stuff, and it's really not that cool. I think they could have made it a bit more interesting or a bit more like less scan heavy, because the scanning in this is so slow already that having like a part where you have to scan like every single thing is not really good. But I like when you're out over the cliffs with the, with the wind and shit. All those moments, and then when the melting starts happening. It's got a technically not as linear layout, but not really. I mean, every one of these levels are like insanely linear. Visor bells for 30 minutes, yeah. Oh, I'm going in, brother. Cool. Well, oh, that's bad. My man's expanding. Why is she always pulling out the superhero landing, man? Actually, is there any lore over here? But yeah. Definitely decreases in quality as you go. I think there's a light power gap between the second level and the third level, and a huge one on the third and the fourth. So the mine, I'm not a big fan. A lot of Griever, which isn't like inherently bad, but like you're looking to something to spice up some of the shit going on, and it's definitely not the enemy design. Way too much talking, way too many fake out deaths. Super tropey. And the boss fight was like, alright. Yeah, right. Thanks. Thanks. Did we get all of his spots? I don't see any more. Power bomb one was the last. I'm missing a data log. I'm missing a lore. Logs in the flare pool. Not really. I'll go check it out. Gotten all of the critters. I have to assume the Silex forces are just gonna be literally Silex at the end of the game or some shit. That's it. We were joking about Mountain Dew earlier. Green energy. Ice belt. Volt Forge. Yeah, I mean, Volt Forge I could see. Flare pool. I mean, pool probably not, but yeah. They definitely are closer to a fucking Mountain Dew flavor than they are. The naming in this is whatever. Funny enough, I usually joke about proper noun spam, but I feel like they could have gave a little more flavor to shit in this, like really green crystals. Yeah, Fury Green would be, that would be the most Dew flavor, I could imagine. I don't think the naming is like a big problem or anything, but green crystals, all that kind of crap. Alright. Do you ever feel like you have psychic powers in this game? I don't think you ever lived the fantasy of having psychic powers at all. It doesn't feel like it. Yeah, see, that's my thing, like blue energy. It's kind of like Various suit versus barrier suit. It's like, you know, Variant is kind of cool. Yeah, the worst game ever created, blue energy. Evil energy. That's my thing, like this, that's like a spot where you could have like some proper nouns, right? Like that's just what it is. That's just the resource they made. They called it. Literal fucking green crystals, man. Like, if you want me to not feel anything about their culture at all, it's like, name everything fucking bullshit like that, right? You said it was a central room behind a truck? Like, this one? The big bridge? Or do you mean the entire volcano heart? Because Central's just some random hallway. It's weird, I just find myself like bitching about small story stuff that I'd rather have. But then I'm also bitching about there being, at times, too much story and dialogue stuff and how that affects pacing and tone. Like I said, I don't think it kills it. It's just like, it's just misplaced. Like a couple more Silex scenes. Not making Samus feel like she's got a social disorder. Because instead of stoic, she just seems kind of awkward. Instead of naming things green crystals and being a chosen one with 5 doohickeys, like maybe, you know, give it a name. I guess it doesn't have to, there doesn't have to be like any antagonist or, you know, like in your face constantly. But it's like, maybe this is something. Like that's all I'm saying is just like a, you know, if you're gonna do story, you know, cut the bullshit, cut the dialogue, cut the tone, you know, maybe just make it more serious if you're gonna do it at all. If you're gonna have levity, have it be like really light, like Andrea levels of like levity. Like a little flavor, just a little presence of like just a few more cutscenes with Silex. It's like I'll bitch about like the story, but it's like I'm just looking for it in like a more reasonable place, just to add some atmosphere, like some presence, and some something, right? If you're gonna do it at all, so that's true. I need no story, just put some cool lore in the logs, primary logs from the Federation, the Civilization, space pirates all once. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I think that's a great way to do it too. I'm not saying that that shouldn't be the case. I only read the big logs in this, and they're not really interesting. And they end up just covering a lot of it in quick cutscenes anyways. Like the entire ice area, I feel like is a reason to make you read all these logs, and then they just show you them failing the experiments anyways, and you're just like, okay, what was the point? Green energy shower. I want to get hit with the green energy shower. I don't know where this last lore one is, though. You'd assume it's in the forest area. Yeah. Maybe behind some of the items. I still have a couple more items to get there. And then I have to imagine the last two are at the end of the game. And the Silex forces. Silex forces have been pretty light lately. How engineers name things. Gotta describe them exactly how they are. These psychic guys were just very utilitarian, that's how they named it. Once you get it. Well, it's good. I mean, the name of the game, it's atmosphere, its tone, its pacing, as far as story shit goes. Not fake out deaths from the entire fucking crew. And me going and talking to the sniper about Jesus. I mean, he's literally selling me on God, man. Like, like I don't care. He's trying to sell me. I guess we just go to Fury Green. Fury Green, we had Code Red, Blue Ice. What was the Mountain Dew flavor? Well, there is like an ice one already. Or Mountain Dew, was it Whiteout? What would the mine flavor be? Phantom Hourglass tier. Enemies here. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Phantom Hourglass it'd be better to have less enemies so you could just enjoy the fucking sailing, like Wind Waker. I don't know if this game would be better if all I did was just do nothing. I mean, you pretty much have to do nothing anyways.
Have you collected enough green energy crystals? Maybe you should return to Fury Green and offer those green energy crystals to the altar.
Huh. Maybe I'll think about that. Considering I'm fucking on my way. They have a button for you to ask him for help. Oh, burger. Yes. Did they just think people, like, wouldn't figure that out? So they had to remind you? It's like insulting, man. It's like a lot of AAA games. Like your God of Wars and Horizons and all that. Like, yeah, I mean, I know your average player is probably a little bit more fucking dumb than you imagine. That's just what you hear about with dev stuff. Like, I mean, not everybody's chronically playing the games all the time, but it's like, I mean, come on, man. There's a point where it's like, only so many times you should have to tell someone, because then it just starts cutting into like people who are enjoying its like time. Kenzie reminding me what to do every 2 seconds. Like I said, it's not even close to as bad. Did I? What happened? Oh yeah, no, I did miss that. My bad. They show you like an old boss. Yeah, I know. That's my thing. It's just like I don't know, man. Like, I get that there's like somebody out there is drooling and like, even though the guy tells you a million times, and there's a button on your map, And every time you open the map itself, it tells you where to go. And like I get that there's still somebody out there who needs to be reminded. Like there's literally a fucking thing that says radio there. They could just make it flash a bit. But like, really? You really pander to that person that hard? Like, I mean, I'm totally all about more people getting into stuff. There's harmless ways to do it, but it's like, when you're like cutting into the atmosphere of a series that is all about atmosphere to like remind the fucking like 1% of people who still don't get it. When there's 20 different tools, 20 different flavors of shit on the fucking screen to tell you what to do, it's like, we really need that anymore? Like, just put on just make a fucking GPS mode. You know, say we recommend this if, you know, you're having any issue. Maybe if like I don't know. I mean, that's the problem though, is like those people, they're not going to click it, or they're not going to like know to click it, or like what is it going to be like in an option? That kind of person's not going into the options, right? You have to make sure they understand at the start, which is fine. That's on them at that. But my point is like, you give people enough agency to decide if they're going to be able to handle something or not clearly enough throughout the game enough. Like, that's it, man. You know, like I really feel like it's a bigger problem in AAA. If you guys don't play a lot of like mainstream AAA games, this is like quaint, right? Imagine this like every second. Nobody stops talking. Nobody stops telling you where to go. There's no agency. There's no fucking... There's no mystery to it. There's no, like, discovery. It's just complete raw handholding. And that's where this is coming from, right? Like, it's them trying to marry this, like, old style with, like, a little bit of the new. And the new is designing a game around, you know, to be able to be played by a rock. You know, it's just like, okay, at a certain point, that I feel like undercuts the actual playing of the game, you know. 2 hours, yeah, it's just too much. It's just one of those things. Like, it'd be one thing if it was completely harmless. Like, yeah, you could just ignore it. It's whatever. But it's like I said, it affects like atmosphere, right? It affects, you know, me like figuring things out on my own, and you know, either I don't want to say the pride of that, but like, you know, it feels good that you like got it, or you found it, or something like that, you know. Like people bitch about it in like God of War Ragnarok. It's like, you know, they tell you how to solve the puzzle before you've even started looking at it. And it's like, well, what's the fucking point of solving a puzzle? The process. It's like, what the fuck? And you're playing Horizon. They had a patch in a mode for her to shut the fuck up because she would tell you every You're like, oh, I could jump to that thingy over there in this room. And it's like, it's already painted yellow. You know, they don't do a good job with the lighting to like naturally lead your eyes to stuff, but it's like, you don't need it. Like, we're afraid that anybody has to stop for like 5 seconds in a fucking game to figure something out. And it's like, in this game, what would you even figure out? Like, you go out to the map, the places you need to go to are marked in purple. You go to the map, sometimes they literally put a marker on the map for you. You go to the map sometimes, and like Mackenzie's forced to say stuff in the story for you. And then you have a radio button, and it's like, why do I need him to also chime in? Right? It's just like stupid.
You did it, Samus. You found the missing pieces. That was everything I needed to fix Betsy.
Like I said, it's quaint compared to
She is good to go.
a lot of your AAA shit.
With the mech repaired, we'll be able to destroy the force field around.
But it's like, what, do they think Metroid's gonna be that popular? It's just not. It's just not what it is. And if you're gonna try to make it that, then you need to go way harder into it. Because at this point, what you get is the fans, I've said this already, shitting on it, which means you're not getting a lot of good viral like marketing, you know. That groundswell of like fans talking good on something spreads eventually to like, you know, a bigger mass market. Like to have a situation where you like piss off all the fans but pull in a different audience, like you'd have to reinvent the whole thing. And it's like they're not doing that. Like I don't know, it's trying to do this like halfway point. And I think all it does is just kind of like water down the game for the people who care and not attract like anybody else. And I don't know if that's like a Nintendo push or just whatever. Like I said, I don't think it's egregious in this. It's just like why? It's just a lot of like, why even bother? That's how I feel on a lot of the new stuff. I'm like, why even bother? Right? It's not like horrible. It's like, who cares, right? Like, do I get that much out of it? Like, not really. The execution's so wonky.
Creative with those repairs. Yeah, I can only guarantee about 80% functionality.
Oh, just 80%. That's good, Gearhead.
We trust you.
Before we can leave, you'll need to secure the memory fruit. Come back and see me when you're ready.
The what? This feels like the most forced out there. We need a few extra hours of gameplay thing. We need the memory fruit. It's like, why require the green energy crystals, dude? I mean, you gotta know that running around out there grabbing green energy crystals is not terribly exciting. I mean, I would say grabbing every other power-up's probably more interesting, because at least those have like unique areas or like little makeshift puzzles or sometimes even enemies, you know, like at the end of Flare Pool to fight. Green crystals are literally just busy work. Like having like a little something on the side for grabbing them would be like, okay, I guess. I don't know. I tend to just not like that kind of shit. I'd rather have like an area out there where I actually just want to like grab the stuff, you know? Supposed to go find the boss room. Here, Mackenzie, where is that? Over here?
Welcome back.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
I don't know if I should turn this thing in now. I'll go back to the beginning and grab that one thing. Bigman. So this guy let them build. He had complex thought and he let them build stuff. Fuck. They just made peace with all these giant creatures. I mean, I guess they did say they left these in the hands of all sorts of crap. Hell, it would have been kind of cute if these guys were like somewhat peaceful, and then Silex came in and he was like, hoo hoo ha hee hee hee. And he had a little smirk face pop up on his fucking helmet, like we were talking about. And he throws a Metroid. He just hucks it. I mean, I'm hucking the fucking rat. Turns him in. Because it's not like it's any different than normal. Which, I mean, normal's fine, where you just walk in and they're pissed at Samus. It would have been a bit of a cute mix-up. Everything had complex thoughts. Now they're just beasts. You wouldn't really notice. Because if you don't read the lore, you wouldn't even know there's fucking Metroids in half these guys. This was the original guy. Now it's Jimbo McGreever, who is the big bad of the mines. You've been grieved. Did it. Check over here to see if the deals around here anywhere. Why did I have to whip that open, man? Where that shit at? I don't trust them to not have me just immediately start the end game. What do you mean, what the hell, man? I don't know what they're gonna do to the damn story. I still gotta go grab some items and shit. It's like 2 feet away, man. I shouldn't risk this kind of thing. white suit returns. Good fruit. Database containing all of their accumulated knowledge and history. Players and press and hold R to generate the barrier. Oh, this is missiles. That's cute. I guess that's psychic, right? Psychic thing, having barriers and all that shit.
There you are.
Be gone. When I look away and I look back, I think I'm wearing the Prime 2 suit, the light suit. That's a cool suit. Yeah, really. Hello? New suit? Anyone? Got my fucking hair done? Hello? Maybe they'll say something in the cutscene. Wow. Impressive. Funny. Now if you had the bike skin, it wouldn't match. Unless you had the default. Venus gun. Cocked, docked, ready to fire. Energy in there. No green energy, man. We're full of blue energy now. Or purple energy. Capital PE. That it? How do I know when I'm done? Oh, items 100%. That's how I know. The fuck? Why is the shots end at 5:30? Man? What a weird ass fucking place to end it. Alright, now I just need this one scan and then I assume the final boss. Is maybe. The fuck is this, man? Do this goddamn area 50 times. Some bullshit lore I don't. Leader. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is like, you know, it's fun just getting them, but compared to other Metroidvanias just in general, that's always been one of Prime and just Metroid's weaknesses. You know, it's just like not needing all of the pickups. The challenge is either not there. I mean, I would say in some of the old ones, getting missiles was pretty worth it, because you would just spam them on a boss and it was actually the highest DPS. Or, you know, you would take enough health damage where the E-tanks are worth it. And the E-tanks are worth it in this, but my thing was like 250 missiles. It's cool they have a force field thing now. And then like, I guess super missiles and stuff, but to also have shot upgrades, the same problem in like Echoes. It's like, there's a certain point where it's like, you know, only so much depending on the difficulty, like ammo capacity really means anything. And it's like, why not have it be like where the upgrades feel a little more impactful than I'm just finding around the world? But it's whatever. I mean, they all can't be like major upgrades, but you know, all the major ones in this are shit you find in the desert, and it's just like better shots, which is cool, but it's like, you know, anything else is pretty whatever outside the occasional energy tank. I think they give you enough reasons at this point to like want more ammo. But the problem is like the normal beam's really good still. It's like, I could just shoot crazy shots, but it's not like super necessary. It really is about the utility, right? Like, oh, it's AoE time, I'll whip out the lightning, or maybe I gotta freeze a guy. Then having the alternative to that being like really shit. But I don't know. I don't know if they'd be afraid that would punish people too much or what, but yeah. Whew. I'm not saying I need to find badges and notches everywhere to, but I mean maybe something a touch more significant. If we're gonna have 2 ammo types, I don't think it would hurt. Granted, even in the old ones, I don't really 100%. And Metroid's not one I tend to 100% as often. I'll do the primes, and then, you know, at least once, but not too keen on it. It really just depends on how fun the process is, and I don't know. I don't see myself if I ever replayed this, which I probably won't. Wanting to grab everything. I don't think the process of doing it's like good enough. Like if every missile pack was just like really fun to find and fool around in, or it was like snappy, like some of the old ones where you're just kind of grabbing them and moving on. Maybe then it wouldn't matter if they were like that useful. I would prefer a rework of the scan system myself. I've never been a big fan of like 100% scan. I think this game needs like way faster scans, way less scannable shit. And preferably when I go into scan mode, I would prefer more like icons and like colors and stuff to indicate shit like, oh, you know, maybe this guy has like a couple icons above him for like, you know, elements or like you know, he's weak to like concussive, or you know, I look at the environment, there's like a grate, and instead of scanning it, it tells me you can use a fireball on this. It just shows like an orange color or yellow color. And so I can be like more cool and snappy and swap to my shit. Because I never feel like I'm like, you know, maybe it's just because I'm used to scanning in other games, other Metroid games. Like I'm doing some kind of cool robot like analysis. Like I'm just like taking too long to like read one paragraph of text. Because that would just speed up the game as well, if you're actually interested in the scanning, and give people, I feel like, a reason other than just for lore to maybe be interested in scanning and stuff. Because I mean, it's like, we're not playing Doom. I feel like you're supposed to, like, you want to have like a bit more, you know, like, because you're not doing like Twitch reflex type of shooting. You're doing, you know, I'm using this beam, I'm dodging a little bit, all that kind of crap. And I don't know if this lane's heavy enough into that. Like, I'm not using any psychic powers, and I'm barely using my grapple on enemies or anything. There's like a few decent moments where you use different shots to hurt different guys, but it's also kind of unnecessary. Not in the sense that like, oh, I lost 10% instead of 90% of my health, but like you barely would lose any health difference by just shooting a guy. It's more just for the fun of it. Like shooting him with your normal blaster. I'm just surprised that you don't feel like a psychic user in this game at all, man. I thought for sure they were gonna be like, I'm gonna be grabbing shots and neoing them and throwing them back at people, or yoinking stuff off of people. Especially when I saw that the missiles bounced guys around, I was like, oh shit, there's like low physics. Maybe I'll throw a dude in a fucking wall. Like, I'm not saying I need to be like, you know, some fucking like crazy anime powerhouse psychic user, right? But like just like a little bit, you know? Because I mean, you could just have like psychic ammo, which they do have, which is funny. There is psychic ammo. Does anybody remember there's 3 shots? You can only do 3. Like I've been using this at all, right? But you have to unlock the speed boost on that, and that it comes in so late just makes it kind of whatever, right? Like I barely use it because there's not much point. There's not many enemies that really like I need to do that on. Like yeah, I could do this. It's not too. It's cool enough with the boost. Like it doesn't kill them quick enough. It doesn't feel like a cool like, you know, I'm not out there cowboy and, you know, shooting everybody real quick, and then I can only do that like once every few minutes. It's like something you would use all the time, but it's not strong enough and it takes way too long. Yeah, instead the only fucking psychic thing I do is transforming into Morph Bolt, holding a untransforming, hitting a psychic scan, zooming in on this, and then throwing it at a guy for like whatever damage. The only guy I've used this on was the first, I guess it's the second Silex fight. Instead of like throwing bombs in front of him, you could just throw directly at him. Doesn't make sense, but it's like, alright, man. Fine. Like it's not, I mean it's fine if it just existed on its own and it was just purely for puzzles. But when there's like a lack of like actually cool psychic stuff to do, like, Christ, man. That just looks kind of goofy, you know? Like the biggest psychic thing you do is go up to doors and like slowly lower their fucking like crystals. I'm like, dude, the psychic in this is just like an alternate fucking key, man. I'm like, that's not that cool, man. What the fuck? Like it's not like they're like this is not like it's horror or something. It's just like come on, you know, like why even bother, right? It's just like if you're not gonna do the psychic shit, like what's the whole point of the psychic theming? Like why have Silex if he's not gonna be here? Like why have the bike if there's not gonna be more of it in the game and more upgrades? And 'cause the bike doesn't change at all, you just get a few more boosts. Like Jesus, I'm playing a Metroidvania and the new feature never upgrades. I guess it turns into a hover bike, which is barely used. Like you get 1 or 2 bosses with it, which is cool. But like, you know, lean into like a bit of a like maybe a vehicle Metroidvania thing, to touch. Maybe there's a few rooms where I can like whip it out or fucking fight guys with it. I don't know, or maybe not. Maybe it's not a good idea. I don't know. It's like, why do the story if it's gonna just end up cutting into like the atmosphere? Nobody's gonna be interesting, and you're just gonna tell the most generic story about 5 doohickeys and the Chosen One, which is fine. Just, you know, cut the story out. Just fucking bring it down to the fucking foundation, man. Just raw Metroidvania shit, like a Prime 1 story. I don't know. I keep saying the same fucking thing, but it's like I don't think any individual elements like were answered. It's just like Prime. I don't know if they just didn't want to take too many risks, or they didn't want to take risks with the core formula, so they just grafted some other shit on. But I mean, that executed poorly, or not like really well. It's just not what the series needs. What people want. Like I said, if this was like the 15th Metroid Prime game, a bunch of weird like swings that don't quite mesh with the spirit of the thing would be like, alright, as long as the fundamentals are okay. It's been like 20 years though, man. I don't want to have to kill these guys. But I'm looking for these little doohickeys. Like it feels like Metroid, like the environments visually, the sound and all that. You know, it's a little different, but it's not a bad different. Just its own deal. You know, there's more guitar, more like, you know, the female vocals are a little different. Stuff like that. I don't know if that's just because they're using like real ass people and not like a MIDI sample or something or what, but granted I still prefer the old stuff. I don't think there's, other than like Volt Forge and shit like that, there's been much where I'm just like, damn, you know, that's gonna be, I'm gonna remember that one forever. But I mean, I'm not expecting fucking every song to be like Findrana or some shit. That's not a problem. It's still a good soundtrack for the most part. What the fuck is this thing, man? I got a life to live, man. Lore plaque hiding around somewhere. It's on the bridge. Already got one out here. The fourth and the last. You'd assume it'd be closer to the end, but I mean, since you have to backtrack a little bit, I don't know where they actually want to order these. Oh, it's in this room. Just there. I guess I've only been there twice, but I mean, I don't know what the general reception is. I don't think it's half as bad as some people have made it out to be. I think some people are just like, who haven't played a Prime in a really long time or something. Maybe don't like it as much as they think. Like, I mean, I definitely think it's like a step down, but some people act like it's beyond the pale or some shit. I'm just like, feels like a misfire. It feels like it's got some elements that I think some people would probably be a little bit more bitchy about, like the dialogue and stuff, the open world bit, but none of it feels too egregious. It's just kind of, I just don't think it's what the series is going to need to keep being around. You know, like, you gotta farm a bunch of green crystals to get the suit. It's just like, little shit like that. It's not doing the game any favors. Like, if you're gonna have like lame crap like that, probably should just be side stuff. I literally checked this room out. I like blow one of these out. Or was that it? Was that the lore? Oh, it is. What the fuck? They're not even stones, bro. Holy. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna scan every single thing because it's just a statue. My bad, bro. My bad. These guys, though, probably don't need a scan. I already had. You must just could be going straight into a set piece and a boss or something, man.
Hello, Savage. Nice to see you again.
We're good, we're 100% items. Two Silex things. Refresh the audio capture here.
All right, you've secured the memory fruit. We can leave for Chrono Tower as soon as you give the order, Samus. You ready?
Sure.
Once we leave, there's no turning back. If there's anything you need to complete, now is the time. All right, listen up. We got a lot of ground to cover, so check your gear. If it don't punch a hole in something, we don't got a use for it. mission is to guide Samus to the Master Teleporter. To do that, we gotta cross Soul Valley and destroy the force field around Chrono Tower.
They mentioned Silex yet? Or why there's a force field here? Like, there's nobody on this team, all their dialogue, nobody's like, why the fuck is there a force field here, bro?
Open her up!
Who?
Force field undamaged. I must increase power.
No, I told you I can only guarantee 80%.
Recalculating. Warning. System critical.
We need to abort, the weapon's gonna blow. Oh no. Soldier!
Damage just stands in the open. Please. Is Robo Man okay? The only guy that matters? Oh, okay.
Force field destroyed.
Well done.
We got the fucking Predator shake with the robot. That's basically. The captain is the second best guy because he's not as annoying as everyone else. I would say the worst goes. Is it Sniper Guy with his side stuff?
This is our moment.
The Avengers.
Coming, Mac?
Mackenzie might be the worst. Sniper's pretty close. Then the fangirl. And then there's like a power gap. Sergeant the robot. Like, I want to say, if you don't do the side stuff, Sniper Guy is just kind of there. But the side stuff where he's telling you about, like, he's selling you on Jesus and he's telling you about his fucking family is way more obnoxious and way more out of place and silly than anything Mackenzie does. Like, Mackenzie's dialogue is shit, but, like, the juxtaposition of him and Samus, him just being kind of a more goofy guy isn't, like, inherently fucked. It's just he has too much dialogue, and they use him as a reminder thing way too often. But, like, as a character, he's probably okay. But the Sniper Guy is, like, he's, like, eye-rolling, man. Yeah, his voice acting's fucking weird, too. Like, Mackenzie sucks, but at least he, like, yeah, his VA doesn't draw attention to itself. Yeah, Sniper Guy feels like he's, like, not robotic, but like he's supposed to be like cool and aloof, but he's telling you a heartfelt story, and it's just like it doesn't work. Yeah, Sniper Guy is either the worst or damn close to it, which is weird to say because Mackenzie's, you know, obviously the meme. I would prefer to have none of them, mind you, but I don't mind like a little bit. I think you could just do a Prime game that has a few randos, as long as it's not like a staple going forwards, because it doesn't really fit. I think after 20 years, I wouldn't have done it, because I think it's a bad call. I think the people who care about Prime still are going to be people who are going to dunk on that kind of shit. And I think if you're going to do it, having a bunch of tropey scenes where they fake die and do Avengers fucking like, here's the squad moments and make crack jokes and quips, is just probably not the angle I would take. If anything, it would be better to have like probably something about as serious as like Echoes' Federation, but like they're just there a little longer instead of being murdered in like an hour off screen. Well, I guess it's not even off screen, she just these are all data logs. There's a lot of these scenes at the end, huh? We're walking in with the crew. like I said, the tone is just way more, like, it's way lighter. You know, the Predator handshake, that was cool, but that's not, I mean, that, there ain't nothing serious about it. That's like, you know, we're going from like brooding Metroid dark atmosphere, you know, not like grimdark, but like, you know, pretty, you know, the solitude and all that, to like Predator handshakes. It's like that's a different realm. It can be cool in its own right, but like, is that like, should they even have bothered going with that tone? Probably not. It's not the biggest problem with the game, but it's just like, is that the direction? Is that the evolution we needed?
The robots are awake.
Yes, the temple responds.
Yes, the temple responds to Samus. Okay, I was like, what do you want from me? So is Silex just here? I was under the impression the whole time that like Silex was just here, and then he was the one who put the force field up and shot all the robots out. Am I supposed to assume that it's actually they just put the force field up themselves, even though they have the 5 keys? Surely not. Like nobody mentions them once. How would they ever expect you to get past the force field though? If it wasn't him. He'd have a super mech. Maybe Silex is an exodal or whatever. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the force field surely is like Silex's, but like if it's not, then like what the fuck was the point?
Give her a minute.
Give her a minute. Huh? Did she look that emotional all the time? I mean, she didn't seem that emotional to me, but she's like a moment of sadness, and then we're back to business. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, it was just a moment for the Big Mac to do something, but it's like, it doesn't really make sense to have like a force field that only a super mech can get through, just so that you need to get 5 keys from the Guardians to use once you're inside. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's the point of all the story if like even some basic shit like that doesn't make sense? Yeah, I brought that up earlier. I actually had I guess not a conversation. I rambled about it, but I think I prefer that they have her be quiet, but because so many people are talking in this, it makes Samus look like she just has like a social disorder instead of it being like raw stoicism. There's nothing wrong with having a social disorder, but like that's not what the character is. I mean, maybe she does. I don't know, but it's more supposed to be that she's just like, you know, stoic. And in the other games, she doesn't have a reason to talk because she's fucking alone. Or if there is talking, right, like she doesn't need to say much, or she can just have a quick moment where there's like body language. She does talk in some of them, but like in this, there's so much dialogue and so much of it directed at her that instead of stoic, like at some point in reality, like you would say something, right? And in games, it can work out because, like, you know, like in a Persona, you pick your own dialogue. You know, in a Zelda, there's not that much dialogue in general, right? But this has enough directed point blank at her that she just comes across to feel a little more awkward than she does like stoic, right? You know, like Doom Guy in like the 2016 one, he just shows up, everybody creams their pants, he does some hoss shit just to look like, you know, cool, and then he's gone, right? And then you get the later ones which have way too much dialogue, and then it just makes him seem like a goofy fuck, right? So it's like the same, it's a similar problem. Yeah, I think that was cool in the beginning. Like, you know, it's Mackenzie says something and then they just give her like a point blank stare. You know, like it's kind of funny. You know, this guy's supposed to be like a goofy fuck and she's just like, all right, brother. But then as you go on, it's like, you know, they constantly keep doing it and it's not a joke anymore. It's like the little stoic nods. It's like I said, I prefer the stoic nods over a bunch of dialogue, but once again, they just needed to cut down the dialogue, man. Have Samus just be doing more actions, and when they have something to say, she can stoically respond or just go up and do something cool. But there's way too much chatter that just makes Samus look goofy. Or there's like enemies come in and she just doesn't say anything. It's just like, well, fuck. Weird shit like that.
Whoa, it's unfolding. The robots are the keys.
Hey, we got an elevator. Let's head up.
The problem with trying to make like a more intimate squad, you know, in Corruption, it's just, they're just there, right? They're just Marines. There's fucking dudes everywhere, right? It's just, there is just Federation Force guys, or not Federation Force, Galactic Federation guys. Just, all right. There's other bounty hunters, but like, there is a group, they're talking to each other, they're there as like contracts, or they're there to get fucking corrupted. Samus doesn't need to have a fucking dialogue for a long time with them. You're not getting to know them. It's just like they are factions and people in the way or around. It like makes a little more sense to have it. This is like a group like that you would hang out with for a while. It starts to get a little more odd when she doesn't say anything. I don't want her to say much because I really like the stoic silent characters. I don't think, you know, I think a lot of games are like afraid to do it right. I think getting it right is harder than a lot of people, and still having like a character that's fun is difficult. So it's cool to see it done right, but yeah, I don't know. This one makes her seem just more awkward. I mean, I'm glad that like, they're not like, haha, you're a quiet one, aren't you? Or you know, some shit like, you don't talk much, do you? And that kind of crap. Like they do treat it with like a reverence, I guess. But I think they just talk too much for the type of character.
Finally reached the top of the tower.
Because that's just how it's gonna be. Like, I mean, if you just aren't talking while there's somebody constantly talking at you, it's just human nature. You're just gonna be like, look a little awkward. I mean, it's not, you know, it's like whatever. If that's what they want to do, but that's not. I don't think that's what Sam's supposed to be. It's like awkward. I don't think it's like a huge deal, but.
Careful up there.
Granted, it's been a while since I played Crash. It might be more goofy than I
Look at this place.
definitely think it handles the dialogue thing fine. Well, I know he still has to show up because the trailers show his ass in a situation I've not seen yet. And Jeff Keighley spoiled that he talked. He's gotta show up. But it would be funny if that was just it. He's just gone. They just forgot about it. It does feel like they just didn't know what to do with him. They knew that like he had to be in the next one because everybody was hyping it up forever. But we'll see. Maybe it's all unloaded. I mean, this is pretty late to have him actually appear as like something other than just like a generic goon. And he's definitely no Dark Samus. Dark Samus is just kind of like a...
Take us home.
Like a fucking wraith, man.
This must be the master teleporter.
The bad guy wouldn't swoop in at the last second. Man, that'd be crazy. After we did all the work. Why would he try to stop us, though? He just wanted you to do it all. I mean, maybe he'd just rather kill you at a good opportunity than figure out the rest himself. That would make sense. I don't think I would leave Samus to, like, power up.
I can't believe it. We're actually going home.
Is this John Silex here? He knows his name? Can't believe they showed fucking... I can't believe how much Silex was in the promotional material to the point where they showed him as the final boss in the promo material. Did they ever show Metroid Prime in the promo material for the original? I don't remember. Prime just kind of came out and I played it. But... I mean, I guess they would need to. They had like Ridley and shit if they wanted to show off somebody cool, right? Nanotechnology. They took control of all of the space pirates. Just throw that little fucking colonel in there, dude. Okay. I thought he just took like some. He's like he like took over Ridley's job, man. Yeah, the associate. Omegaverse, the space pirates here. The Silex the Alpha, man. It's the associate now. Gotcha. Couldn't it have been us chasing after Silex as he like juices up over a few planets? You don't even need to have him speak then. It would just be like obvious, like he just doesn't, like he's got like a personal vendetta against Samus or something. And he could reveal it over time. I like his tune too.
Alright, let's get the rest of these on.
It's funny because technically somebody like Silex is supposed to be like, you know, this is my problem with the Federation kind of guy. So like, if you're going to go for like a let's look at the Federation as like an organization, good and bad story. Like, I guess if you were going to do that in a game like this, like, which you don't need in Metroid, you know, he would be the guy to do it if that's what you're going for. And then they don't have any Federation anything, it's just like 6 random members who get warped away. Like, granted, I don't want too much, right? Like, Other M has too much Federation shit where they're like looking at the Federation like, you know, as a questionable force or whatever the fuck. Or am I thinking of a different game? Like, you could go to like little Federation places and they could just be on the planet and they're doing questionable things, maybe. You know, he did steal fucking Metroids from a Federation facility. But instead we're just in like fucking random jackass land. Chosen one. I'm supposed to be using the proper beams here. He counts 4, guys. What do you, how many arms do you count? 1, 2. Three. Okay, I was worried he was gonna talk like the whole fight. Like every good AAA fucking boss fight. Constant yapping. He just said that. Yeah, maybe he'll have some more to say. I mean, we already kind of get it though. He's probably like some disillusioned by war. Samus didn't get there in time. Bullshit. Oh, he's angry. Federation has done bad. But they don't really write home the Federation doing anything bad other than like context clues, which they probably don't even mean, like them having a Metroid. That's true, yeah. care about Mackenzie being down, brother. I'm gonna have to save a random NPC in the middle of this shit. Like, I'm getting hit the most. You game over if you don't? Jesus. Of course it's the phase where I'm actually getting hit, right? I have to go help Joe Rando. This is just too slow now. Okay. Am I the first person to use that in any fight or on any stream? I mean, you get it at the very end. Like, I mean, I forgot I even had it until just now. Why would you remember to even fucking use the goddamn thing? Mention it doesn't last long at all, dude. Thought this was supposed to last a while, or if I'd gotten hit a few times. He has no connection to this place. He's just an opportunist, which is fine. I mean, doesn't always have to be the fucking chosen one's antagonistic, the Ying or some shit, right? Because I mean, Dark Samus had nothing to do with the Ying. She was like Silex, but better again, right? He was a fucking opportunistic outsider playing into like a chosen one story. But the Ying were just not the Mothman felt fucking twisted. That's all right there. Hello? Jesus Christ, dude, this fight's shit. What the fuck? This fight's super long and I gotta baby these fucking losers? Christ, I have to keep them topped off? Am I a healer, dude? Samus is the fucking heal slut, man. Great. Just what that's just what I always wanted, man. Fucking great, dude. I've always wanted to play a new Metroid game after 18 years and just heal NPCs in the finale. Was Samus, dude. That would have been funny. Yeah, I just scanned him. What are they thinking, yeah. Do I have to scan these arms too? Oh, has he got another phase coming? Gotcha. I'm morph balling. Mackenzie's out in the fucking line of fire. Also, I'm supposed to tell who's who. Oh, you can't even heal them until they're down, bro. I actually got... I thought I could just heal them, like, up. I had, like, almost no time to get to that guy, man. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck were they smoking, dude? Like, do they really think I had such an emotional connection to these guys? I'd want to be in a fucking fight with them at the end here. I have to baby them. It's a shame because Alex has a cool design and shit. I like when he shows up in this game, he's cool. But his fight being me babying a fucking bunch of fucking asshats is kinda a little disappointing. I also feel like so far his other fights are cooler because he's actually like being a bounty hunter instead of like an Orochi fucking thing. Maybe he's got another phase. Mackenzie for the second time. And I don't get to dodge anything while it's happening. I'm gonna like try to not lead him into the fucking NPCs. Bad news coming our way. Like the urgency of a man who's hoping to get home after a life and death fight. At least you see them occasionally do something. Well, they probably are just set to blow up one or two arms occasionally because there's so many. I doubt they do any like damage during the big moments. Can't even full heal them because I don't want to waste any time. I mean, every fight in this game I think is like a little too long. The final fight that I get it. I mean, we also had a restart because of fucking the insta kill on the fucking NPC pretty much. Everybody's almost equally low. It's not good if you can kill them after the fact. Jesus, dude, the FF14 AI at least gets out of the fucking shit, man. It's not even like the raid bosses one. Yeah, they're just standing in the fire, man. Alex, even the bad guy, man. I don't know anything about the fucking Federation, bro. Other than Samus fights with him. If I'm fucking fighting the good guy right now, bro.
Had enough? Oh, I'm just getting started.
Yeah, beam, rage beam.
Where'd they go?
Thank God. Thank you, Silex. Re-aim mode. All range mode. Shit, I'm in the rail shooter section, brother. That's weird. Behold Samus. Only I have the nanomachines to rule the galaxy. The dead zone's actually huge. I didn't realize I could actually aim with R here. You can put the stick pretty far before it actually works. Well, this is where you wish you had a... mouse controls. This is where I will fail here, so not... He's taking dot damage. Because they don't want you to die in the gimmick. Whoa! We're in the crazy realm. Enough at 14 arena to land on.
Just you and me, Samus. Come on! Let's get this over with.
It's his ball. Lockjaw, bro. Bros! Do you remember Lockjaw? Was this what he used in 100? I don't remember. Fake fan. I'm pretending I realize what it is. I remember up on his Lockjaw. Wah! My man just stole my fucking life from me, brother. Can I have my life back, guy? You mind? Oh yeah, I didn't read the scans. Look, I'm tired of reading the scans and scanning in general. I was ready for action, brother. I'll read his scan and see if there's more lore about lockdown. Oh. Thought that would be cool, where we'd use our psychic powers against each other. Nah. Wanna suck in my super bomb, brother? No. This is good. I think they're gonna make me figure it out. More? Oh, here's the left. What exactly am I supposed to be doing here? You just hit him. I thought we were gonna do some cool shit where our beams are clashing. I'm shooting crazy shit into his hole. You know? Not just fucking like yoinking him. But I mean, I guess that's still, I had to use the psychic. Can you even dodge that? Guy doesn't have health checks. Lock-on just went fucking haywire.
Shouldn't we go after
It's
her?
okay, he fell off. He can show up later in another game.
Visual anomaly detected.
Great. What now? Here we go.
Would Samus show him mercy? I don't really think so. I mean, maybe if he had like yeah, he had a really good point or something.
Samus! I knew you'd come back.
Seemed more like he just kind of caused chaos.
Glad to have you with us.
Samus, does that mean Silex is good?
Ready to go home?
We'll be right behind you.
No way, it's gonna be. Is this what I'm gonna laugh about? Silex will return in Metroid Prime 5, where we find out more about the Federation and why they suck, and that maybe Silex was right. We're gonna see him fucking getting bio-blasted by Metroid Prime and some other verse.
Maybe if I,
Secret scene. We'll see. If you permanently lose your health tank, do you not get 100%?
still powers the teleporter.
That'd be funny if you could fuck your 100% in the final fight.
Wait, is that Virus? must be Tanamar. Home sweet home.
Yeah, I mean that's what everybody says about this game, and I mean I agree. I just don't think, like, even if they're not the most egregiously annoying crew, it's just not necessary. Like, it's just not what people are after. I don't think they do it well enough to make it worth it.
Really going home?
I think after 18 years, I think I would have kept it in my pants a bit more, but whatever. Whoa, he's still here. Oh, my friends will save me.
Are you alright?
Yeah, exactly. That's my thing, you know, it's like keeping it more atmospheric, keeping it light, the first person Metroidvania shit. There's not a lot really that does that. You definitely don't need it to be more mass appeal, even if that is like inherently more mass appeal, like people are attached to dialogue and stories, like who cares? If it just turns into like every other thing, then I feel like you lose your niche. I also, like I said earlier, I don't really see the point in losing your, like... Oh, thank God, dude. Alex is a good guy. Can nobody take this guy? Huh? Why would you need to go? I'll just wait, bro. Okay. Actually, I'm leaving soon.
Hey, Samus.
Solon be with you.
Oh, faces. So what, she's just leaving? I mean, I feel like they could have found a way out. I would give it some time, man. Seems kind of weird for Samus just to piece. I mean, I could understand if they were gonna, like, actually explode. Are we getting sent to some super realm where we gotta turn off the bombs? We'll sacrifice ourselves for the guy he already beat once. Jesus. Emotional, guys. Also, they just make Samus look like she's just peacing out, dude. Just makes her look kind of like not even. I mean, I know they don't mean it that way. Like she's like a self-serving, but like she's just peaced, man. What if you just like leave it? You just like game over, or does she automatically press the button? Yeah. It does game over. You have to redo the whole. Yeah, I was worried about that. That's why I pressed it. I was like, I'm not just gonna. I thought about it. I was like, no thanks. Choice at the end. Like maybe the. I mean, that's my thing. Is like they don't mean it to be that she's a bad guy. The idea would probably be that she would come back with like, you know, like it's their only way out. So she would come back with like a ride, you know. Or like, you know, more people, since she has the information now and everything. But like, they don't do a good job of like saying that, right? So it just makes it look like she's just like, yeah, well, I guess I'm leaving. Fuck it. Or that she's trapped in there. Like, they don't even do like the trope where she's like totally trapped. Because the guy throws his fucking Bible at her, man. You know, like she could just walk out if he could throw that in. Also, what an arm. That guy threw that thing like a fucking, like, Missile, dude. I'm gonna say it. The fight wasn't that good either. Second phase was alright. First phase was pretty boring. For final fight. Having to baby the NPCs and having that be like, if you're unlucky, a pretty easy game over is atrocious. Otherwise, it just lasts a little too long. And there's just way too many dragon heads and shit. And you don't use your other beams really because they move too quick. The quickest shots are lightning and normal beam. What a weird thing to do, man. Like, really, we're gonna do the fucking... We're gonna hold back Silex moment? And make Samus look questionably immoral. I get that that's not the case, but they just don't do a good job. Like, weird. Oh, really? Yeah, because I don't know how to dodge anything on that fight. I think you're supposed to go morph ball, but because there's like rivets and shit, like it's hard to. I think you could still get hit morph ball. Are you sure? Yeah, Samus, yeah, the one who sacrificed herself for her great friends, just decided, you know what? I'm gonna leave you to your fate. The logic would be that like, if somebody doesn't go, then nobody gets to go. But they don't make it obvious that like they really have no option. Like she has all of the technology from these people. Like they couldn't make a fucking like any transponder. Maybe not. Alex is out here teleporting to other dimensions. I feel like there's an out, man. Let's see what that awesome finisher is. Maybe they just wanted a cliffhanger with their good buddies. So that we'd have another... lead us into another, have more people begging for another one so they could do another one. Thing is, I don't want to see these characters again. I don't mind seeing Silex again, I guess, but he's no like Dark Samus, right? Or he's like interesting enough to have over like two games. I mean, you don't even really get Dark Samus for 3 games. Metroid Prime doesn't really count. And it's not like Dark Samus is like the finale, even of Corruption. So it's like, I don't know, man. Kind of weird. It's kind of goofy. Was she? I don't remember. I guess I won't spoil the whole thing. I mean, I just kind of assumed we'd be talking about it. But there are some people that haven't played it. We'll see what the finale thing is. Thing is, like, I mean, if you cliffhang with these guys, then you're gonna want to like have them come back as like probably like a writer. So it's like I'd rather not. If they wanted just to try it once, whatever. But I definitely think they need to reorient how they handle the NPC story shit. I think you can put that stuff in a Metroid game lightly. They do it in a lot of them. Fusion's got some. Corruption's got it. But there's a point too far. Other M is on the extreme psycho tier of too far, but this is like more just like AAA light. It's not the whole thing like a AAA game would, where it's constant dialogue. Like 50 hours of straight fucking dialogue. Like in God of War, like a Spider-Man or something like that. But like, you know, it's still pushing more that boundary. Yeah, I would prefer, like, that's my thing, is like, I would just prefer the Prime 1 style. I think if you're gonna, like, try to evolve the formula a bit, I think trying to do new stuff with gameplay, or, like, how open the level design is, you know, how the flow of the gameplay works, that kind of stuff would be okay. I think trying stuff like the vehicles is fine, if, you know, you incorporate the exploration a little bit, an actual like upgrade, like Metroidvania upgrades in a cool way. I think reworking like scan systems, all that kind of crap. Mission complete. Bikini Samus. Well, they say all of his story is in his scan, which I mean is probably what I prefer. But you know, this is a game with a lot of story, so they might as well fucking just told you some of it more. In visual storytelling, right? He's only here because he accidentally was here. He was raiding a base. He didn't expect Samus to be there. He let off some shots. It hit an artifact, and we all teleported to fucking Timbuktu. And now he just kind of used it as an opportunity to power up by juicing on psychic energy. I mean, I guess it was, maybe it was kind of sad that the aliens were all just kind of dead. I mean, they were all recordings or whatever. I don't know, maybe, I don't feel much about it, but... Reluctant ally. Thing is, there's no antagonist. It's just the people turned into monsters, right? I mean, that's like the Ing, I guess, but... The problem with the story is it's just Prime 2 again. Except this time, Mothman isn't even alive. That's like the big difference. A few more songs to play in the desert, but you have to get the amiibo to even play the songs, right? Yeah, you could do that too, Cora. I don't hate the idea of more enemy hunters. Especially if like they hate the you know, Federation and you're like allied with them. I like the idea of like opportunistic antagonists, right? Like you have a chosen one story. Like Samus isn't gonna save everybody because they're already dead, and this guy's just like using it to his advantage. But the thing is, like, they've already done that. It's Dark Samus. Dark Samus just like uses the Ing to do stuff. She uses the brains to do shit with the Federation, all that crap. She just shows up and like inserts herself into shit because she's like a rival antagonist thing. But the thing is, in those is like Ridley's still doing shit. There's like fucking 20 bounty hunters and corruption you're fighting, you know? Like, there's just like, they just do it better. Like the other ones, man. It's like the same story in 2. You're the chosen one who has to go get the 3 doohickeys to bring them back to the central tower. And then there's a fucking outsider who's fucking with it. You're trapped there. The Federation was there. Now they're dead. This one, they're not dead, right? Dude, honestly, I'd be alright with it. I like Ridley, but he doesn't need to be the final boss. Ridley works best as a guy who's just around, man. He's like a, what do they call it? A duder antagonist? I don't know what it's called. He's like the side guy. He's like the rival. He's just there, right? He's good for that if you don't want to do like a story or something for somebody else. I think Silex could have just shown up a little more. Just make it like Prime 1. All of the pacing and stuff is cool. And then, you know, you just handle it with the hour. I guess, no, Silex would need to be less like that and be more like Prime 2. Where Dark Samus shows up a few times and she like changes and fools around a little. Or like 3 where she's like fucking with shit more with a plan. Like they could have done that, but then it would just be 3 again, right? It'd be Silex jumping around to different places to corrupt shit. With his mind hack Metroid powers, right? It's whatever, man. Yeah, I mean, he could join you. It's fine. What happens now, man? Where did we get teleported to? The digital seed. What? The hologram of a fruit. Yeah, this invasive species. Oh, we took the helmet off. Has their helmet always been digital, or did they just not want to? I guess why not, right? She transforms, it makes sense. I thought she like took it off in some of them. Who cares about this guy, man? Don't worry, this planet's fucked, man. It's okay to put this tree here. Is this supposed to be the psychic tree, but new? How is that supposed to help anyone? See, like, I like that. Why couldn't they? Oh, not the tree part. Oh, just to plant their memory somewhere. Like, I like, you could have way less story and have this feel a little bit stronger and still be, like, not what anybody asked for, but be okay with it, right? Like, you're a chosen one, but, like, they're just dead. They're just fucked. So, like, who cares, right? But instead you get all this Federation shit. Like, that would, I feel like, lend itself to the more melancholic, like, kind of quiet solitude vibe, right? It'd be kind of like a different take on the usual Metroid story, and it's like, but instead, like, that kind of gets, like, undermined by fucking, you know, Goof Troop fucking running around, like, you know, we're going on without me, so here's my fucking thingy majig, I'll throw it at you and all that shit. Like, I think there's, like, stuff there you could probably put in Metroid just fine. Like, Silex not liking the Federation. You could have little moments where, like, yeah, maybe you, like, learn that visual storytelling. It's his, like, motivator to, like, go do stuff. You know, there could just be generic Federation mooks who are, like, you know, they're okay. Or maybe they don't even have any of them. I don't know. You could just get rid of them entirely. And then have, like, you can have your chosen one story where you're, like, you're just, like, you're not able to do anything. Like, that'd be fine, I guess. Those could be separate games, I would say. But together, it just makes for a wonky thing that, like, where elements of it work, but, like, I just don't think it works for Metroid. It's not necessary. I don't really like the final product on the story. I mean, it's a choice that they ambiguously killed them off, but I mean, it's just ambiguous. Yeah, I mean, they just knew they, like, had to have Silex. You know, it's the game 18 years later. 3 ends with Silex and a fucking thing flying around, right? Just for fun. And it's like, well, we can't just not have him. You know, Metroid Dread has to be called Dread because it was Dread in the fucking scan in Metroid Prime 3 or whatever or 2 or whatever the fuck it was, right? But that's just the name of the fucking game. You know. I mean, how hard could it be to figure out something with Silex, man? They describe his lore in Hunters, right? That he is, like, an ex-Federation guy. That's not, like, a surprise. I'm pretty sure that was always his thing. He, like, hates the Federation or whatever. Welcome to the crew. That's like that's like every enemy in this. That's like Ridley, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, I think they could have done a little more with Silex, or they could have took him and actually made something with it. Sure, it would just be like revisiting corruption, but it's like, whatever. I don't remember if corruption deals with, like, the Federation being, like, questionable, maybe? So was 100% just that scene there? Do they not even show her, like, showing up if you don't get 100%? They're just, yeah, I thought they were just good. I think Other M tries to make them a little questionable. Were they questionable in Fusion? Or was that a alien space station? I don't remember. They don't play with it much. Okay, yeah, it was Fusion. Where they start adding more story. It's funny how every time they had dialogue, it's always Federation bad? Except corruption. I just don't remember who was doing the brains in corruption. Were those Federation like brains? It's been too long since I played it. I mean, I guess it's not necessarily bad that the brains existed, right? They were just like computers, essentially. That got corrupted. Dude, it's so funny that he just controls the Metroids. Who is fucking Silex's tech guy, man? No offense to Samus, but you got gifted her shit, brother. Silex figured that all out. My man's out here mine hacking Metroids, brother. Sikenzi. Oh yeah, if you don't do the scans, you would never know. The only thing is when he walks in with 2 Metroids at the beginning and then they start sucking on that Space Pirate's tits, man. Which was cool. I was like, oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Like, he's like reproducing these guys and mind controlling them just to see Hypno. And then he's just kind of there. And then they clearly wanted to tell a different story, but they still wanted to, like, put Silex in. I mean, you know, it's cool they put him as like the final boss, so I guess they wanted a story where they wasn't like a main antagonist. You're just in a wasteland of where everybody's turned into zombies, essentially. I just think they could have, I think they could have cut a lot of story out and just made more like fun, cool characters or situations like with Silex, or just, you know, maybe a little Federation shit if they have to, or just go back to the basics. You're just exploring a fucking planet. You're the chosen one. You're fighting a bunch of crap. Maybe there's some antagonist or, you know, something. And then, like, you know, it's a you're too late situation. Anyways, that's the story. Whatever. I mean, interesting choice. To leave them all ambiguously there. I definitely feel like that's sequel bait type of shit more than it is. We wanted to leave it on a morally ambiguous deal. It does make Samus look but kind of odd. I mean, I get the idea would be that she would just come back on her little jet, but whatever. Or would she? Does she know where it is? I mean, I guess she probably copied the data over. Yeah, is that the 100% scene? Where is it? Because I just did double 100%. It's forever away. I figured Chrono Tower meant that it was like in another time. Yeah, I thought they were like in another time dimension. Like it was in the future, the past, and like Silex was gonna be one of the 12 looking for her or some shit. And he's like got twisted or some bullshit. Check my gallery. Have some treat. The suits look sick. The art in this was good, man. Ugh. 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 Remember Samus's ship, guys? I do. Rick Moranis. Yeah, they probably modeled it after Rick Moranis. I mean, Rick Moranis is like the quintessential movie nerd guy. That's just kind of, that's probably exactly what it was. Salix had such a cool design. I mean, granted, Salix's design was made a long time ago, but I mean, they still are good. I mean, these suits look good. The art's great. Bondrewd is not Silex. He looks kind of like him, but Bondrewd's got he talks a little bit more than. He's a little. I mean, I guess he's got a little science experiment going on here in Metroid. Metroid, and they had a lot of different versions. Or something that shows up for 5 fucking whole seconds. I mean, I don't think every Metroid game needs to have a Metroid, mind you. I don't think that's a problem. What am I supposed to say? Metroid? Metroid. Detroit? I don't say Detroit, I say Detroit. Ooh, beat the game on hard. Okay. What the fuck is the fucking... Look how dark they made this concept art. This place looks pretty good though in game too. I think it lives up to the concept art. The game is just like brighter in general than a lot of this. But... yeah. 100% of all green energy crystals. Godo, you said I didn't get anything, bro. My juice? I mean, what is it? Just a picture of a fucking crystal? Oh no, wait, there's a few of these, bro. Bros, your crystals? You are out there grabbing your crystals, right? Godo's the only one who's ever seen this art. The machine, dude. Kinda based, man. Was it good? Do you remember what these are even? I'm just stronger. Damn this face. Oh, cutscenes. Is one of these our thing? Beat the game on hard to unlock. What, a cutscene? Is there like a hard scene you can get? Is this new? It's the last thing on here, man. How would you even know this is here? Is this an old scene? No, let's Lucy in this. Don't you think the 100% would be like the final thing? Or like right after? These are just all scenes with this asshole. Slap her on the hand. Where's that? I don't remember these events. Is that it? Is there no scene? Is it one of these or not? There's this hard one. Oh, it's the full version of the war flashbacks? This? Oh, I see what you're saying. The war flashbacks. Is it this one then? Where Silex is doing the war thing where he had that slap. This one here. You wouldn't even know this is for 100% if you didn't already have it locked. Bass pirate music. What is this fucking strategy, brother? They're just walking right up to him. I guess there's nowhere else to fight, brother.
Commander, what are you doing? I've commanded your troops to hold your position. I've confirmed the pirates' new weapon, if I can seize it. No. I've dispatched Samus's team. Await their arrival and join forces.
Yes, sir. Orders. Sir, proceed as planned. Get me that weapon.
Okay, so he was just always an asshole. Now there's not even ambiguity. Okay, cool. Bravissimo. He's not even like, you know, hey, I used to be cool, but then I got done dirty. I just made a bad call. It's not like he was gonna make it anyways. No, it's my big weapon. Why didn't they just show that whole thing before? Do they not want to show too much in the deal? In the middle of the final fight? Or right before it? Alright. I mean, so it went from him seeming a little bit more, like, sympathetic to, like, him being an asshole, but kind of sympathetic. Not like Samus even did anything, man. Well, I guess she just didn't show up in time. Doesn't really add much. I mean, whatever, I guess. I mean, maybe you're supposed to assume that Federation's fucking incompetent. So he's angry at him for that. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Well. Alright. Whatever, I guess. Yeah, what's the hard cutscene? Anybody know? I mean, the rest of this is just hard. That's not really, I'm not really too worried about it. Yeah, nobody's playing it twice. Yeah, what is this? It's gotta be a cutscene. They wouldn't just throw some art right in the middle of all these cutscenes. It's probably like the fucking GameCube intro or some shit. Well, anyways. Interesting. Well, what did we think, man? I think top level, it's still fun just to run through. It definitely is like, doesn't live up to the what you'd hope. It doesn't live up to probably the original trilogy. I don't think it's beyond the pale. I don't think it's like atrocious. I think there were some choices made here to differentiate it from the other ones that I don't think are the direction you'd want to take. And then I think, despite having good art and some aesthetics and like feeling kind of Prime-ish, I think they bundle a lot of like the core pacing and level design, and frankly the difficulty and shit. So yeah, like I think if they did another one, I mean maybe they could clean up a lot of that. You know, like I said, I think the artists did a good job here. It's well animated. The UI is nice. You know, it feels still like Metroid, right? Just the enemy designs and the world. It's not like overly generic sci-fi. It's got a lot of wonky shit going on. That's cool. You know, Samus so cool. I think the music, while it was a little different, was cool. Those are really good moments. You know, I think generally the feel of the combat and stuff is about on par. I mean, they're just doing kind of the same thing, which is cool. I do think there is a, you know, there's a sentiment I've seen for like maybe evolving it a little bit or just changing it a little bit. I think you could have done just a little bit of psychic stuff. Like maybe I'm grabbing missiles, maybe I'm knocking dudes around and I have like a limited amount of it I can do. For really all this psychic talk, they don't really, it doesn't ever feel like you're some kind of like kinesis soldier crazy thing. I think taking like the scans and going back to the drawing board with them, I think having the scan logs is great. I think having like a little more snappiness, a little more information, would make you feel a little cooler and kind of pick up the game's pace a little, or at least just fucking cut down on the scan times. But I don't know. The big thing for me is like all the new stuff they try, the bike, the desert, the story, the characters. I think, while not like grave misfires, are still just kind of misfires. My thing is just like, why bother? You know, you could just have a really clean Metroidvania, you know, focus on the, like, what people really like, the fundamentals, and then maybe just like evolve, like, just the feel, like I said, of the combat, or like how interesting the upgrades are, or maybe how open-ended the world is, or, you know, maybe instead of just missiles, I'm getting, you know, maybe something else, I don't know, like, or maybe, you know, just missiles feel a little bit more impactful. But yeah, in lieu of that, it's like, I mean, do I absolutely hate the NPCs? I don't think I absolutely hate them. I just like, just why? Why even bother? I think it's not as bad as like a normal AAA game where it's constant yapping, but it is just kind of like a, you know, it's always missing that extra oomph everywhere. And I think the tone being undercut by like the dialogue, by the exploration and the open world and stuff. Like, could they have still had like that like solid Metroid tone that is still like, you know, unique enough for this kind of game? As like Tracker said, it's like, you know, does like Metroid really need to be like more like every other AAA game? Like, not really. Like, I mean, you know, like like changing all of that and fucking with it really just at the end of the day is just gonna probably like irk fans and not really pulling anybody new. I'm fine with them putting in a few NPCs. Corruption did it. People don't hate Corruption. I mean, there's always your people who have a little bit of an issue with 2 or 3. People still generally consider the trilogy really good, right? Like, you know, Other M is what kills the series, right? That's like the, you know, the thing that went too far. It's like, it's okay to do a little bit of that. It's okay to like try a little something different on that front. Maybe we could have like more vehicles in Prime just to give it a go. Like maybe you can upgrade it and do all sorts of stuff with it. Have more sections where you actually use it. You know, I don't think it particularly feels very good. Like the drift is like hard brakes way too hard. There's not really that many boosts you even get to mess with. The combat's pretty like mindless. Like for something like that, I would have preferred something that felt a lot stronger. It's more fun to actually use and was more incorporated more into the game. You don't even use the bike on Silex, man. There's no bike part. That part where it's like a fucking like a Star Fox section. Why was that not like a bike part? Flying through space, right? It's just one of those where it's like, I still like it. Like, I don't think I'm just like, oh man, I just don't want more Prime. But I think there's room for more imaginative, small steps in gameplay. Or at least just different, just, you know, steps. And it doesn't have to be forwards, it could just be off to the side a little bit. I just don't think, like, an emotional thing. I mean, like, you could have some of that still, right? I mean, you could have, like, you know, just a touch more visual storytelling and, you know, stronger logs that people want to incorporate in a little bit more. Like, just a little bit of lore, just like a general, like I said, like a melancholic, like, you know, you can't save these people, chosen one thing. It's not that strong, but, like, you can kind of just incorporate it into the vibe. And that is where I feel like Metroid is good, is like the vibe. But I don't know, all these characters, the dumb shit where the fucking sniper's selling me on Jesus, and all these like Halo linear sections and stuff. It's like, they don't suck in the moment. I just don't think they just don't pop off, right? You know, I'm generally enjoying more just running around, having more like agency, or, you know, I'm at least going through it a little quicker, you know, more, you know, it's more snappy like in the old one. I'm just going, right? I mean, I take my hands off the controller enough in this where it's like to listen to people talk. And while it's not like a AAA game, it's like it's still like more than I want to bother with. I just waited just as long for this game as I did for Dread, but Dread is so much better, it's crazy. Yeah, I've got my issues with Dread for sure, but I think it's, that's what I mean. I think it tries to do really cool stuff with the core gameplay, and I really like that, you know? It's got the parry thing, it's got the sliding, movement, full aiming. You know, this has mouse control and shit, you know, hats off to them to have all of that stuff, but it's not really like a big part of the game, except the very end, technically, right? And that's fine, right? I mean, they try to have the thing where you like aim while you're locked on and all that, but, you know, because your shots are so slow and stuff in this, and it's not about leading anything, and I don't want it to be a Twitch shooter anyways, so it's fine. Like, I just don't, it's not on the same level as Dread, where it's like you're, and I mean, Samus Return was the first one to do the spinny and the parry, mind you, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, my problems with the Dread are like, yeah, small. They're not like, you know, they spoil the whole thing, right? I still like it a lot despite those things. This, I feel like its problems just, it's too much for it. But I don't know. Regardless of the story stuff, kind of a weak first phase of the final boss. A lot of it, like I said, is just, or how much they really evolved the gameplay. A lot of it's just like level design and stuff. Like, there's good moments, there's good little set pieces like the wolves and probably all the boss fights and shit are cool. I think they blow their load with a lot of boss fights early in this game. But I mean, I don't know, a lot of the boss fights aren't really like, despite being clean, not really as memorable. Maybe it's sometimes the music, I don't know. It's like some of the older stuff. Maybe I just played them more. Yeah. I remember Flagera, or whatever the fuck his name is, more visually, even though he's not probably as fun as some of these bosses. I do think generally all the bosses in this game are like a fourth of a health bar too long. I would rather them be a little more difficult and a little shorter. I think you start to kind of like get what they're doing. And that's just, I mean, that's me personally. I think you generally start to get what they're doing, and you're kind of just running through the circuit after a bit. You know, maybe I need to be using certain beams a bit more. I don't know. Like, that'd be kind of cool, but... Was there any, like, elemental weakness shit on Silex at the end? I mean, it was so hard to hit him with any beam other than the normal one or the electric, because they shoot so slow that I didn't even bother. But yeah. I don't know. I still liked it generally, but definitely not going to pretend it's not a little whelming. I think people are like ready for an even more like openish Prime thing too, man. Like, I mean, you get all these like Metroidvanias, like your Silk Songs and shit that are like people are like chomping at the bit for. Like, you could go even more in those directions and just be fine, right? Because I mean, Goto kind of mentioned that before, but it's like, I mean, every Prime game is like pretty fucking linear when you think about it. Like goal to goal, right? Like you can really, I mean, you can kind of sequence break, but they're not like open-ended. Like you need to go to certain things first. Now the difference is you can jump and branch off and go back and retread over areas and grab things, and you're going between areas much quicker, you know, and having to figure out where to go is more of like you have to put more thought into it. This game, you just go straight. There's not much thinking you have to do about it at all. So it's like, it's a totally different kind of linearity, mind you. It's a linearity that's like, the goal is linear, but once you take one step back, everything's open, right? Like all of the backtracking and like pathfinding. And I mean, there's different ways to even get to those same goals, right? Like in this, if I want to get to the Volt Forge, I'm driving across the desert to the Volt Forge. In Prime 1, I might be going through Magmor to get to something. I might be going through this place to get to something. And I'll get different shit on the way and retread over stuff. And I think you could take that formula, maybe open it up a bit, maybe add new kinds of gameplay to it, you know, add more spicy stuff you're doing in the environment. It's like, I mean, you could just kind of mess with that and do some cool shit, but you know, they just don't really mess with it at all. It's a regression just so they can have like a grander scale to the world and more story incorporation and more set pieces, you know, because of the linearity. It's like now we can have like a linear, you know, thing where we fight through the mine. But it's like, is that really what I need? Do I need to fight through the mine? I'm cool at the beginning where you have a linear part where you're fighting like fucking base pirates. That's kind of cool, right? But like, and I mean, Corruption does that too. Yeah, exactly. That's the key difference. You know, linear goals does not mean a linear game. I mean, that's what Metroidvania is. Its core is like going back to places and like upgrading and recontextualizing areas with like new powers and movement and stuff like that. So this just doesn't have a lot of that. I mean, yeah, it's got some like shortcuts at least, thank Christ, but if it didn't have it, it would be atrocious for 100%. It's a basic necessity. I'm not really going back through the environments in any different way. And I mean, technically you're not in like some of the old primes, but there's more ways you'd interface with the average room with like boost ball or double jump. In this, every room, you know, not many old rooms have you like go off to like a major new area based on like having one of those things. It's usually just like, hey, here's like a duct that you can jump into or break and an item in it. It's usually just like every new room expects you to have it. And yeah, I don't know. I'm sure some people would bitch about it just being mostly the same items as well. I really think it's funny that the fucking power bomb is once again fucking totally nothing. You use it to break through a few blocks like you've been doing with every other item. And then I thought for sure like he would suck in the power bomb on the Silex fight, but it didn't even matter. I mean, I guess it did some damage, but the thing is, like, just doing more damage, and Prime in general, compared to the 2D ones, has never really been, like, done super well with your, like, ammo. It's usually just, like, swapping beams, or just being, like, consistent, right? It's not like a Zero mission where it's like, I really would like to have some fucking missiles for, you know, Ridley, right? That kind of thing. Like, it's just not how it is in these, and I don't think they make a good case for that in this either. It's not a huge deal, but it does impact how special items feel to get. And I mean, they're not that useful in Prime 1 either, but in Prime 1 it's generally more fun to just run through the areas. It's more timely to do it, than just getting them fine. Granted, I would never, I don't 100% scan the old games, usually, unless I've got somebody telling me every fucking scan. This game, if I ever for some reason replayed it, I would never scan everything. The scanning in this was an easy, I feel like, layup to improve on something that was super unique to Metroid Prime, and it just did not even touch it. If anything, they just made it worse. It just takes longer and there's too much to scan. And some of it's like important, and a lot of it's just like different flavors of doors. It's cool to like have the flavor, like, oh, here's the door, and this is what's special about this door, but I feel like so much of that could be like more visually shown with like outlines or symbols or something. Just little things like that I think would add up, but I think those things are probably harder to pull off than it is just to make up a few here and there. But I mean, that's kind of what you're looking for, especially for like a pretty high bar kind of thing like Prime 1. But that's the deal, is like, you know, if it's super similar, it's going to be too easy to compare all the problems. It's like, I feel like mixing it up isn't like a bad thing to kind of help it stand on its own merits a bit. But yeah, every new thing they try here is just kind of not rancid, but not really not really the call. I think some of this is like, you know, this is a game that I think is hurt by the pedigree, the time it's been, right? Every game that has this long of a dev cycle has like unrealistic expectations from people. I think that kind of criticism, I mean, that's just gotta be kept in the pants. Like, I think anybody expecting like a game that's like 5 times as good as Metroid Prime 1 because it's been in the works forever and remade 50 times. I don't even know if they actually got to do everything they wanted. I mean, realistically, this game might not even this game might have got shoved out the door at a certain point, right? I feel like the desert, I can't imagine they're like, yep, that's it, polished to a sheen, this is what we were after. Fucking, like, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe. No, not that I'm blaming it on that. I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't think it's probably, you know, it's clearly not like somebody spent like 18 years thinking about it, right? I don't know, man. I wonder where Prime's going to be after this. I wonder where Retro's going to be after this. I clearly think that like they know how to make a game. I don't, you know, yeah, I've thought they've pretty much been unstoppable since Prime, but, and you know, because Tropical Freeze, one of the best 2D platformers, Prime games are great, Country Returns is great. They really hadn't done anything in like a decade, which is crazy. I don't think they released anything in eons, except like remasters. You can move fast, yeah, occasionally. You have to upgrade the damn thing to even get a few boosts in a row, which is crazy. That should be like bread and butter. I want to be like moving down the dunes quicker or ramping off the dunes, like thinking about it a little bit, right? Like maybe that's just like way too much like depth they have to add to it, but you know, like playing with the idea of like the hills and the dunes and stuff. I mean, I'd rather the bike had just felt better and used in more situations, or just do an Epona. Just make it a small zone, like fucking Ocarina of Time or some shit. But I don't know. Is that what Metroid needs? Man, I don't think so. It's like that's a different vibe, right? Like to just give like Samus like a speeder for like an hour, like an Ocarina of Time. Yeah, there was one jump to get an item in this fucking that whole desert, man. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, like you make the bike like do some more shit. I mean, they give it another form, but all it is just a way to like slowly like drive over lava. It doesn't do anything gameplay wise. I mean, I guess it allows you to move left and right without having to turn. That's about it. I mean, that's my thing. It's like I don't hate the bike. I would never want to grab all those damn crystals again. Yeah. I think it's definitely a bad call to make it require you to get a bunch of green crystals. I don't think it's probably that hard if you save it till the end to get them, because you just break the big blocks. But I think if you're not feeling it at that point, that is definitely not going to make it better, right? I mean, that's like a Wind Waker Tingle map thing, right? Like, it's not gonna make anybody more happy who's playing it, and it's definitely gonna make somebody who's not 100% all in, like, it's just gonna get, they're just gonna have a worse opinion, right? I think the level of excitement, like what you're doing, you know, to get those crystals is super low, man. I mean, you're just driving, and then you drop a bomb, and then you just drive some more, and you know, the little shrines, they try to have some cute puzzles, but it's like the most dull setup, right? I just drop in a shrine, I do the puzzle, I'm out. Like having it more meshed into like a world, the more naturally show up. I prefer that. Maybe I'm tired of all Zelda shrine shit. Maybe that's a knee-jerk thing, but they're fine, but it's just like, you know, there is like a repetition to it. I don't know. It feels like a game that, you know, there's some soul there. People definitely threw a lot of passion into. It doesn't feel like a cynical, like, cash grab thing. It feels like they're trying to make something pretty kick-ass. And hopefully, I mean, it'd be cool. In a dream world, it'd be cool if they got to do another run at it. I think they did a good enough job where it's like, I feel like some, you know, a different direction and like recalibrating of like level design and like trying to find evolution within what the series does great. You know, like Dread, you know, with the parrying and the sliding and the free aim, like those are all extensions of like moving quick and like running through your environment and taking out dudes and stuff, like that all work well. That it's like kind of like a cool thing about, you know, it's already what's good about Metroid. It's like, you know, let's just play off of that. Like I said, I mean, a Prime where it's like maybe a bit more open-ended. That could be neat. I don't know, just a little bit, maybe. I don't know. You could do maybe. There's definitely stuff there. Yeah, but I don't know. They're probably in a rock and a hard place a little bit. You know, it's been so long. They probably want to keep it to the basics, which, you know, I get. You know, that's what the fans want. People always are like, you know, Prime's but first one's best one. Still, I mean, I say myself all the time. It's like you probably want to keep it core. You don't want to get too experimental with the basics. And I feel like that, but they still want to make something different, or maybe they want to like be modern with it. You know, it's a totally different team, I'm sure. Like maybe part of it's like, you know, let's just graft on these other things, and I don't know. I do think it's kind of a misunderstanding of like what was so good about those. You can't look at the level design and be like, hey, we're just adding a little, we're just recalibrating a few little weird things, you know, and see what people think. It's a big it's a big difference. Yeah, try the right shit. At least for the fucking big return, man. Like, you know, the best shit is not always what you're asking for, right? Like, you know, nobody was probably asking for the Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild ended up being pretty fucking cool. I mean, don't get me started on Tears of the Kingdom, but, you know, it's like, it's fine to do, like, a big mix-up. You know, I think there's keeping the spirit of something, or keep with the, like, or at least executing so well on, like, a totally new idea that it's whatever, but... I mean, this is specifically, like, a sub-series of, like, Metroid, right? Like, I think there's even more of an expectation to have it be, like, a particular way. Yeah, that's what I worry about. Is, like, very well could just be, like, the actual last Metroid. But yeah. Metroid Prime, mind you. Not Metroid. Dread did well enough. I'm sure they got another 2D one at some point happening, but... yeah, I don't know. I think the early trailers weren't amazing at getting people into it. I mean, if you're already into Prime, you're into it. Even those early ones I was a little weird about. I think the 2-3 weeks before where they let people play the first hour of this game was a huge mistake. Like, huge mistake. Because this game is insanely linear in general, but like, even more so in the first 2-3 hours. I think it took me 2-3 hours for this game even to pretend to open up. It was a straight fucking line. And you're getting Mackenzie, dude, all the time, you know, chomping at the bit. Like, there's a few cool bosses, and they show Silex, and the areas look really nice. And that was where people were trying to be positive. It's like, oh yeah, there's clearly like some artistry here. You know, I could see it. Maybe, you know, these characters appear and you just chill for a bit, but... and they do a little, but it's like... the early reception was so bad for those previews, and I think that killed a lot of the breeze, man, you know, like the momentum that was not there that much. So then it's like, why would somebody new get into it? I think they should have done Prime 2 and 3 remastered as well, closer to the release of this, and like hyped it a little more. I think this year's also just been a pretty packed year for big name games, especially in the holiday season. I think putting this as late as they did was probably, you know, the safest bet for something that was like going to release in holiday season, but it's like, I mean, once again, there's no lack of other shit to play, man. Like, I don't know. It's a different thing. I mean, it's not like because Silk Song came out, I'm not gonna play fucking Metroid Prime 4, but like, it's a totally different deal to a certain extent, but I don't know. It's a legacy, like, series, like a critical darling, but I mean, and like all of that still has a lot of sway, but I mean, you compare gaming to where it was in the GameCube, early Wii era, and now, you know, Prime doesn't matter to a lot of people. It's not gonna just like magically sell a lot. So I feel like appealing to the fans, appealing to quality video gaming, you know, maybe making a few changes in ways that, like, you know, excite people in like a more natural way is cool. I think trying to do story, trying to do open-ish world, especially half-assed with all of the games that are doing all that, is just not going to work well for you. I feel like with indies, it's like finding a niche, honing that in, and then finding realistic places to have more mass appeal. Like it's more accessible in some fashion, you know, it's less tedious, or, you know, maybe it just targets like a certain audience, right? Like I wouldn't call FromSoft games technically mass appeal, but they do pretty fucking good. You know, targeting little things that like people like an open-ended, you know, structure, like, you know, with Hollow Knight. You know, you're not gonna get Grand Theft Auto numbers, but you might be able to make a pretty nice thing for yourself. I don't know. Yeah, 21K where? I mean, I don't know. A lot of those numbers, it's like EU only or Japan only. And I don't know. Physical sales on Switch 2, how they're doing because of the game card shit. And then this game also released on the Switch 1, which I think is supposed to not look too good. Well, I don't know. It's one of those mixed things. It's hard to say. I'm not saying that it's magically sold a shitload, but I think the hate for it's overblown a bit. I think there's absolute justification and disappointment, or just like a mediocrity, or just like a feeling overwhelming, you know, just like it's fine, you know. I'm not saying that there isn't criticism. I definitely think the doom saying is like too much, and I think a lot of that comes from anticipation. I think it comes from the high bar quality of the old ones, from the time it's been. I think some people just maybe don't realize that like maybe Prime isn't exactly what they're after, or they wanted more change from Prime than they know. I tell you what, I played Echoes not that long ago. I was more bored playing Echoes sometimes than this. Now granted, I think Echoes is better than this, but it was hardly faultless. You know, and I think a lot of people just haven't played a lot of these in long enough to realize that like some issues with them and like some movement forward is totally possible. Like Prime 1 just knows exactly what it wants to be and is very tight about it. You put that style in a less tight package like Echoes, and there are a lot more glaring faults with it, and it's like, I think some people maybe just like, I don't want to say the times have moved past Prime, I don't think so, because it's still a really unique thing, but I do think like maybe people overestimate like the core Prime formula a little bit, and that probably leads to them not wanting to take certain risks too. And it's like I don't think it needs to move crazy forward. I think there's just little changes that they could fuck with and it could be cool. I think some people also just, yeah, they might just not, I mean, maybe some people's right. A lot of critics and stuff, like, you know, you're playing games like God of War 24/7 or something like that, you know, it's like it might just be a different taste these days for that kind of thing. I don't know. I just think, like, you know, I'm trying to explain like why is the reaction a little too fucked for what it is, because this game has like a 79 on Metacritic. Like, maybe I don't know. See, Metacritic's hard. I don't, because Metacritic's bullshit. I mean, they grade on a fucking like a fucking this scale. 79 feels like, you know, for Metacritic it's like rancid, right? And I mean 79 is a score out of 100. If I was playing it really safe, I mean that's probably too much for this. But so it's like it's weird, right? So I guess I shouldn't bring up Metacritic. I don't think in Metacritic numbers, and I don't talk about games and numbers. So, but I still feel like, you know, you notice it. And you're like, you know. Yeah, I don't think it's that much of a fail. I think there's a chance, but the problem is I don't know if the sentiment is there. I think a lot of people bought this because they like Prime, but it's one of those things where it's like a lot of people would buy this, and there's a real chance if they did another one, because of the sentiment of this one, a lot of people wouldn't buy that unless it was really good, because they're just kind of done. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. I've seen it with other series before, where like a really shitty sequel comes out, but it's just riding off the coattails of something so good that it just gets sales anyways, and then the game after, regardless, just is fucking tanks, right? I'm just too, well, I mean, maybe, but I'm talking something like, I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2 is not like fuck. I'm trying to think of a good one. Maybe not RE6. The fuck are you on about? Is it? What? Yeah, okay. Sure. I was talking more like the quality of Metal Gear Solid 2. It's not that bad. It's just the direction people didn't want. Where I feel like this is more of like a quality issue, but I guess it's both. Yeah. It's the same idea. Metal Gear Solid 2, I assume, sold really well off the coattails of 1, and then people got, you know, dispirited from it going into 3, and yeah. But I mean, 3 is considered like godly still. There's other ones too. Well, it's like your Star Wars movies, right? People will, I mean, it's like any brand, right? People will jump into something on brand and then eventually get like disillusioned by the brand. And then that hurts things that are good going forward. They have like an uphill battle after that, right? It's anything like that. I guess there's a million examples. I mean, Hollywood's a great place to check, but yeah. I think this, I don't think it like kills the Prime brand. It's not like that fucked, but I do think there's like, if this was already on life support, I think it's just whelming enough, just kind of iffy, like okay enough, that I don't know if you're gonna have that desire from the fans for another one, right? These people have been chomping at the bit for another Prime for eons, and now it's just gonna be like, oh, you know, there's another Prime, that's fine. It'd be cool to see, but you know, whatever. It really depends on the sales, right? Like another Luigi's Mansion is something that's just like a safer pick, like that kind of thing, right? Like, you know, they know Mario's always gonna be good. Luigi's Mansion's been always pretty solid, you know. People generally kind of want it. I feel like that's a cheaper game to make. I'm not saying like they gotta pick one or the other, but like that kind of thing is like more like you can expect it, even though it's not gonna do huge like Mongo numbers. Metroid. The thing about Metroid Prime is like this is probably not a cheap game. This probably costs more than like. I would not be surprised if this shit costs more than like Zelda or something, right? Like this is like fidelity and visuals and like there's certain like complicated animations and stuff going on. Like it's a less ambitious like size and like physics and stuff, but it is definitely more towards like the AAA side of things than like, you know, the other end. And I don't think Nintendo cares that like this is like doing like gangbuster numbers, but it's gotta make some money. Unless they just want, or it has to be so good that it's like, you know, hey, here, look at our system. It's got all these critical art darling things, right? You could sell it on like, you know, prestige. If this was Prime 1, then yeah, you could, right? It could not sell a lot, but it would be like you could show it off, right? Like in an event or in a trailer. Look at this. This is really great. It's got a big high score, but nobody buys it, like whatever, but it's there, right? And it's like, I don't know if the Prime has got the prestige, man. I feel like we're gonna make one and it's just okay if it breaks even kind of vibe anymore. I don't know. I'm just rambling, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm very curious where Retro is gonna go. I don't think this like kills the studio, but like I do wonder if they're like hoping to like start cranking these out. Maybe they will. Maybe they've gotten enough of the basics down where they could just do another one. But yeah. I imagine as like a professional, like big thing, like a Nintendo, like you could see that they're good enough as like game devs to make games. Like I don't think they're just like out of work, but they didn't do anything for like 10 fucking years, pretty much. Is what it felt like in between Tropical Freeze and this. Like, I don't know if they're going back to that RPG they were talking about, or if there is another one of these coming, or maybe they're just gonna do remasters for 2 and 3 to try to like, you know, maybe rekindle a little bit of that. Who knows? We'll see, man. We'll see. Yeah, with MGS2, I think the snake thing was the big deal. But I mean, that's fine too. Yeah. Something about it, you know, spoiled the peach for a bit. I don't see this game magically being like, this is not gonna be as beloved as like 2 is way down the line. There are people I think are defending this already, and I mean, I kind of am, but I think there's probably gonna be a little more negativity around it in the beginning. I don't think this is like a misunderstood masterpiece, but I don't think it's like a misunderstood like nightmare. Not like Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's one of those that's like, I don't know. We'll see, actually. I mean, I could see it just kind of being look that mixed forever. I don't think it's got something special in it that's like everybody's gonna be like, oh, it's actually really good. I think it's probably just gonna be like what I'm saying. It's just some stuff. Some of the hate for it's overblown, but I mean, it still deserves kind of criticism. Anyways, I don't know. I'm talking in circles now. Is there anything else you want to talk about on this? Kind of a big deal series, big deal game for me, so I'm just kind of blabbing a lot. I like the suit designs, man. They looked cute. Fuck this guy. But, no. Definitely not another M situation. I'd assume we'll still get another 2D one. Maybe. There's been no talks about it. Who knows what fucking Nintendo's up to these days. But I wonder if, like, this is just totally just baseless, but I wonder if because they've been moving into mixed media and, like, movies more, if there was any push from Nintendo themselves to, like, put a little more story in there for potential, like, kind of movie franchise type of shit. Because people would always talk about like a Metroid movie back in the day, and it just seemed ridiculous because I mean Samus is just kind of like a quiet person who just like runs around like a alien planet where nobody talks and shoots shit. But like, what if we threw a little more story in there? And like maybe Silex was kind of cool and he kind of didn't like these guys, and now Samus has like a, you know, she's got like friends and dialogue, and you know, then I was like, maybe we can make a little something out of it or something. I was like, maybe, I don't know. I do wonder if there's any kind of push there, just because Nintendo's had a lot of success with the Mario movies and stuff, and now they're doing a Zelda movie, and I doubt they're like, oh no, that's it, we don't want to do anymore. We're actually okay just having a little bit of money. Like, I feel like they would want more. I'm just curious, like, if there is any push to make any of their franchises more mixed media capable. Like, you could do Pikmin, right? It'd just be a goofy little Toy Story thing. Like, I don't think Prime, like, Metroid has it. Unless you start, like, putting in, like, more lore story shit. I don't know. I do wonder. There's no way it's not like popped up, but the way that they've acted on that kind of thing, I'm not sure. It might be too early in their the life cycle of their movie franchising career and shit. Yeah. the worst people you know have done something you really love. It's like Nintendo taking down like AI. Like if the Nintendo Ninja lawyers are gonna take down anything, man, like I would be fine with it being some AI. Yeah, exactly. Because they're pretty anti-AI. They've been pretty vocal about it, which makes sense. Their entire fucking like legacies based off of like, you know, other than hardware, like their strength of their IPs and generally the quality level of the stuff they put out. You know, I think they've been stumbling a little bit on that front lately. I don't think they've been like putting out stinkers, but you know, like this, like Mario Kart World and stuff, are, you know, those kinds of things. It's like, all right, you know, it's like, wow, we got Kirby Air Riders, guys. Like, okay, you know, it's not like fucked, but you know, I think the big thing is like the predatory, like $30. That's a big thing with this game. $30 amiibo who listen to music on your bike in the section that probably needed the most help. Insane. Me putting my fucking Ancient Samus amiibo on the controller and it played a fucking sound effect was wild. All it did, it told me it was this big song and dance that I unlocked the sound effect I could play just once. And it was just like a generic Metroid sound effect. Those elements of Nintendo have gotten way fucking worse and way nastier. Like the scale and just like the style of how shitty they are, right? They did a lot of that during the Switch with the like limited time, like All-Stars and Fire Emblem bullshit and all that. And, you know, they've been dipping into, you know, they're taking the page out of Microsoft. Now you gotta pay for online. Now you gotta do this and that. And, well, this time around, it feels even worse. And I don't imagine the console's gonna get any cheaper. They won't have any of that to go back on. The price of Mario Kart World will be like $80. You know, they're the ones pushing that. And, yeah, with RAM prices and stuff, I mean, it's they're not gonna be forced to make anything cheaper. That's for fucking sure. So we'll see, man. So all those elements are fucking dog shit about them. But yeah, if they hated AI, then it was me, man. Where did retro originally come from? I mean, I feel like when 90% of people think of retro, they think of Metroid Prime. I think Donkey Kong Country. Texas. Yeah, well, I know that. But I mean, like, before Metroid Prime. Like, I can't remember what they were obviously industry people before that, but I don't remember where from. Whereabouts in the gaming world. You know, it's not like they're just some upstart brand new company that like looked pretty cool, and then like a Japanese company's like, you know what, I want to give you Metroid for our new system here. Like, I mean, they clearly probably had to have some like industry knowledge in their people. I just don't know the history of retro. So. Like I said, I mean, most people think of them as Prime. I mean, their Donkey Kong Country shit's amazing, but I don't know. I mean, obviously nowadays it's probably a totally different team of people. I mean, real. Oh, I forgot I was downloading. Yep. Metro Studios Origins. History. Oh, I forgot they contributed to like Mario Kart 7 and shit. Metro was founded in 1998 as an alliance between Nintendo and Iguana Entertainment founder Jeff Spangenberg. What is Iguana Entertainment? In 1991. They did Arrow the Acrobat, Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel, NBA. Oh, they did NBA Jam. Oh shit. The Might and Magic 3, SNES Sport, NBA Jam, NFL Quarterback, Batman Forever, the arcade game. Baseball. Oh, they did Turok? Huh. I didn't know. Old retro people did Turok. Iggy's Wrecking Balls, bro. Imagine going from Iggy's fucking Wrecking Balls to Metroid Prime. Turok 2. Wow, they did a lot of sports, man. Holy. South Park on the N64. God damn, that's supposed to be horrible. More Turok, Turok 3, Turok, Baseball, Vex. Jesus. Baseball, wrestling, baseball, canceled stuff. When did Metroid Prime come out? Okay. They were starting to slow down, I guess. And then jumped into... Man, it'd be crazy going from like Turok and like 50 sports games to like the Metroid Prime taking over Donkey Kong people. But I didn't know they did NBA Jam and shit. Oh, not what I was expecting. They've just had a lot of stuff in the works, man. For a really long time. That has not come to light. Like I said, it's cool they got this out. I'm really curious where they go from here. Hopefully they get another round at it. Crank out something cool, or who knows. Anyways, alright guys, I'm gonna take a little break, maybe check the mail, get some food, see if, I don't know if I'm gonna start Hades if it's in the mail, Hades 2, I might take a fucking nap, or maybe maybe I'll start Look Outside or The Altars, hop on Turok Evolution. Boot up. Yeah, I guess I've been doing this. Who would I recommend this for at the end every time? But it's hard to say on this one. I think if you're a Metroid Prime fan, I mean, I still think it's worth a play at some point if you can. Check it out. If you like Samus, you like the world, I'd recommend still trying it for that. I think if you're diehard into like the pace and the level design and the feel and the atmosphere of like your original Primes and your 2D, like a lot of your earlier 2D Metroids, right? Like if you thought Corruption was fucked, if you didn't like how bright Dread was, you don't like any story at all, I probably not recommend it then, because you're probably just going to be burned on that. But I think if you just generally like Prime, it's worth it. It's worth trying. I don't recommend it. It's like flying colors. I don't think your life's going to be changed. I think like a general audience, I feel like people who have no investment in Prime honestly might like it a little more, but it's still got a pretty generic story at times, and I don't think it leverages a lot of really exciting stuff when it comes to like the exploration and shit, which is usually pretty general, like, you know, mass appeal. But it does have some nice sequences and set pieces and bosses and stuff, even if they last a little long. So maybe that audience, I could be like, give it a go to. I would definitely say, I mean, no Nintendo game goes on sale, so it's hard to say that I'd recommend it on sale, but, you know, you get a chance, you borrow it from a buddy, maybe it does go on sale way down the line, you know, give it a go. I think if you've never played a Prime game, you should absolutely be playing the first 3 Primes. So I would so when I say do I recommend this for people who haven't played Prime, I don't. I would say just go play Prime 1 through 3. At least just go play the remaster, I guess, if you want easy access. And then go ahead and see what you think, right? If you like Prime 1 a lot and then you think the rest just keep getting worse, then don't bother. If you really like all the way through Corruption, give it a go. That's where I'm at. Don't play this without playing the other Primes. There's no point. They're great. Just go play Prime 1. Who fucking cares? $40 digitally a week ago? Yeah. The Nintendo sale, what are they, like fucking 20-year-old games that are $40 now? Yes. Alright guys, really appreciate you. I'll be back in a bit to start something else, most likely. Or maybe I'll just be chilling today, I don't know. Sleep's been weird. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to me ramble for a really fucking long time here at the end. Definitely incoherent, or at least not in a smooth bullet point kind of flow, but alright. See what the next Prime is. I don't know what my next Metroid would be. Probably a new one. I mean, maybe I would like feel like doing the first one or the second one, but I'd probably replay like Zero Mission again before anything. I don't know if I want to touch 3, Metroid Prime 3 anytime soon. Maybe I'll get a little Prime break after this. Only 20 years for the next Prime, yeah. Alright guys, bye bye for now.